Good morning, Vietnam and Vietnam Associates, cultist of the Lemon Gang, acolytes, and grandmaster of the squeeze, issuers of the options, writers of the calls and the puts, consumers of all things, excellent and sour. I come forth to speak to you, channeling the essence of the citrus, and that's about as far as I can go. I was running out of things to say. Uh, and then I will blast my lemon juice upon the crowd, sprinkle, sprinkle, yeah, and not get framed up by the Russians in a hotel room in Russia for it. Yep, there we go. Yeah, no, I riff all this stuff off the top of my head. I don't think about anything before I say it. Um, but sometimes because of this sickness I got, I get a little ahead of myself. But anyways, I'm just cooking some brekkie. So I still got another 10 minutes or 9 minutes till the market opens, but I'm just going to leave it in the pre-market as I normally do. It looks like we're doing okay in the pre-market, but again, the pre-market doesn't really mean much. The volume's quite low in the pre-market, so we'll see how this bad boy rolls up. If you haven't heard the weird news, people are pushing to try to get GME up to $800 a share. And there's actually like a lot of people trying to do it. It's not, I mean, it's not a lot. We're not talking millions, but we are talking tens of thousands. Um, so that could be one person, or it could be 10,000 people, or 25,000 people to be exact. Chances are it's a handful, probably sub 1,000. But Jesus, what a long shot. Um, but it's a five right now. I think it's $3. No, it's $5. So it's a $5 bet basically times 100. So for $500, you can make a bet that if it pays off, you'd be potentially very wealthy, right? Although, why don't you just buy GME now and just ride it the way up and save the $500? But anyways, that is the news for today. If others come up, I will say it during the day. But I'm just going to quickly stop my food from burning, and you guys have a good one until market opens in 6 more minutes. All right. I'm back. Sorry about that. I spilled a whole bunch of pasta sauce on the floor and then stepped in it, and I had to get it off my foot before I can come back, so I don't get it on the carpet. Okay, we just opened 30 seconds ago, and we just opened up high. Let's just get these socks off. Yeah, it came out of the can real quick, and then just exploded it everywhere because it came out with a speed I was not expecting. There we go. Oh, it's life as a stockbroker. You never know. Things can happen very quickly. You're just cooking a meal and a boom, sauce everywhere. All right. Let's see these volumes. So we're at 1.17. Decent, but not great. There's too heavy. That's yesterday. That's okay. So we're off slow. We're not even. We should be way higher than yesterday at close. So we're doing a Sleepy Joe, and that's to get us through 11, right? Yeah. All right. Well, let's hope we get through 11, or it's going to be a bad day. So. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, it's a little too early to call the day, but if we can't get past 11, then we're basically going to continue the curve, the handle of the cup, if you will, that I talked about yesterday. If we can get some height, then, or get past 11 at least, then we should try to get to 12. But then we'll see if it's going to want to or not, since we're at the mercy of the markets. The overall indices look good. The Nasdaq's up 1%. Or sorry, the Nasdaq 100 to be exact is up 1%. S&P is almost 0.75, 73 now. GME started red, but that's, normal. It's still at 176, and we don't have to worry about GME until it gets under 145, I believe, or 43. So we're good on that. And the Dow is that's 0.5%, 0.5 now. So we got at least a little bit of love from the markets. So whatever was yesterday is now over, and we're recovering from the spook. Yeah. We're struggling, for those that are just listening and not watching, we're struggling around 1096 now. We're trying to figure out if we're going to get through. The volume says we're trying, but the fact that we're still stuck below 11, it's not good. We should have been through it by now. So I'm expecting probably a red crash. Unless we get a sudden boost of green that blows through, we're going to probably collapse because coulda, woulda, shoulda, but didn't. All right. Okay. Just checking on my pasta. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So, it's basically as we expected. Wild hedgy. Ah, crikey. It's a wild hedgy. I'm gonna stick my finger in its bunghole. Look at him. He's getting all angry. Oh, South Park. That was so good. Starts harassing the alligator and telling people how it's getting angry. Yeah. Ah, man. All right. Mivis is still sinking. Oh, it's like I know what I'm doing, eh? Called this fucker. Called it a little early. I didn't expect the height. Maybe a little bit, but not like this. This I expected, but the height. But I called it way early because I'm like, you know what? I don't want to sit through watching it. But you don't walk away from that. And they're like, yeah, we're going to walk away from it. Yeah, fuck no, you're not. Suck a dong. Yeah. You can fight fundamentals, but in the end, fundamentals always win. But you can delay them. You can delay them for years, but in the end, the fundamentals will come and kick your ass. Always. Um, but that's just because, yeah, if the hype goes away and the people go away, all that's left is the fundamentals. The fundamentals can't go away. So that's why that holds true. Oof, that's nice. NASDAQ, S&P, not bad. AMC, oh, well, it's a little squishy. Auto, no, it's not useful. I want to do that. There we go. Less squishy. Can't see shit. Yeah. Just going to do a quick check on where we are on our support lines. So yeah, it's really 11, 11:10, 11:35, and then we can start our way up. Yeah, yesterday was garbage. Like a good start, but garbage. So here we're just completing what I call a chalice. So it's this shape. It's kind of a weird shape. It's basically a U, but it has this in the middle. And so there was a sudden drop at some point, but then the market, after a little bit of thinking, completely corrects it. So it essentially nullifies. But what makes it different from a U is these are the sellers weaning off and then the buyers coming in strong. Here, the sellers had a moment of strength and the buyers showed strength. So here, the buyers are too weak to stop the force, but because they did 100% it, and now they're in the driving seat, usually when they come back more aggressive and stronger because they might have been asleep. Now they're awake, right? Whereas this, it's like the buyers had all this time and did nothing, but also the sellers have done nothing. So now the buyers are coming back, and the sellers, had opportunity to crash it, didn't. So then it's slow and slow generally. This one's usually a little bit faster than this, but anyways, the chalice is just slightly different, but you can treat it like a U shape because it's really pretty much the same. Now this is of course a bad chalice, but the chalice happened overnight. So you've lost this piece because we have a lot more energy in the morning, but it might wiggle out sideways, right? At least this part here will be supporting you if we come back down, which is basically this guy and this guy and this guy. They're going to act as support lines over here to help you form up your shape, which means the negativity was all burned out here, so they're not going to have the strength to bust through these support lines. Anyways, so that's the basic rundown on that. So, and yeah, there's a macro U shape here, right? Or even a bigger chalice, maybe. But usually the chalice's stem is proportional. And to me, that's like, that's pretty tiny. That's kind of nipply. Yeah, I would say that's a U with a breakdown, and the medium or shorter term is a chalice shape. So that means we should probably get up into 11, which is what we're doing. Yeah, because there's the support and resistance lines. Okay, let's look at the macro because this baby's not going through anytime soon. So a proper curve would be like this. And so far, we completely avoided it. So in that case, we should see a surge up to around 12. Oh, yeah, there we go. That is 12. Yeah, so basically a surge to the support line, and then we teeter or whatever, right? And then that works out on a couple of levels, because if you had a regular support line and you tried to go through and bounced off, your second time you're not going to come up with as much speed because you didn't do it here, so you're not going to do it here unless something's changed. And so over a period of time, that means you come up weaker, right? Which means you're curving, because this is faster because the time component is sideways. So that's what's happening here. So you come up, and because you're weaker, you're most likely it's gonna look like a curve like this because you're coming up slower to the line, right? You don't have as much speed. But that's that. So that looks like it's hard for us to form because we'd have to just surge up, and we don't have the volume. So that's likely not the shape we're gonna do. So we could go into a U shape, since for some reason AMC really loves its U shapes. And then that drags us out to like next month. We could do an S shape. That would be the best possible. So big giant N. That would be the best possible outcome here. And that's what I'm hoping for. But we really need the gasoline to just get tossed. So once we get over 11, maybe we'll get a gas. And then we hit 12. That might be the limit for today. But if this is very fast, like, like we had here, or even quicker, much quicker than this, we might be able to do it. But if that's not the case, let's say we go sideways. What does that get us? The bottom of a U shape. Yeah, so if we go sideways, we get a bottom of a U shape, and then we'll go up. So that's part one. There's part two. If we keep going down, we're going to get nothing because there's no support here and there's no support. So you're going to go down. And then what does that look like if I just draw it? This is helpful for me because I learned to see patterns. So if I don't draw them, I can't see them and I can't add to them. So if we get that, that is about a crown shape minus this piece. Yeah, that's not going to happen either. That's when the shapes are too funky, they don't happen. Yeah, so if we were going to have a crown shape, it would have been here, right? And that makes sense. If we would have got to here, we would have free-falled because there's no support, and these people would have got out. Thus, that's the idea of a crown shape, right? The people that got in, the easy, are the same people that are getting kicked out, so you go back to 0. But that failed to happen, so that means these people didn't want to get out. The overnighters, the gapper-uppers. So I think that means these people are willing to hold the line, which means I think we're going to do this, or better, which leads to why we're positive right now. So we'll see how that plays out, but it's looking like that. Maybe we'll go try this, die at the halfway mark, and roll. That might be the possible negative scenario here, but I can't see us going like this right now. That would be kind of weird, like pulling one of these off. I mean, we could do it, but I still think that would be kind of weird. Especially after all of this down period, we should have a lot more pent-up energy. So, anyways, we'll see how it plays out. I'm just doing my due diligence, checking things, keeping everything in scope, because that's, at least for me, the name of the game. So this is not really a pennant, but I'm just going to put some lines here just so I can visualize. Yeah, so yeah, either way, breakout is about to happen. The breakdown point is much lower, so yeah, I think we're about to get what we need to get. Where's 11? Right here? Okay. I think we're going to have a breakout. I don't know if we're going to get past 11, though. but maybe. It's pretty close. Alright, I'm going to check the pasta. And that breakout should be fairly violent. But that 11 line is going to suppress it. So, can only do so much. Alright. Oh, I just got passed all over me. Man, I am falling apart today. One of the side effects of my stomach issues, it makes me slow in the head. Oh, I forgot that's not working. Yeah. Strangely, I can still do stocks. I don't know why. Because I do have to draw from memory with stocks. But seemingly patterns might be a different part of the brain. It might be a more primal part of the brain. Or like a more basic. So that way humans, when all things go south, we don't lose that part of our brain, right? It's not a higher order of functioning. Whereas recalling programming or mathematics or when Billy said what in the War of 1812, like I couldn't even tell you about the War of 1812 right now. My brain's a little fried. Yeah. Okay. Well, that breakout wasn't violent. Oh, great. I just sliced my lip open. Oh my god. Today is not my day. There was a piece of food particle on my fork, and it just completely cut my... Oh, damn it. I'll have to go silent for a second. It's bleeding pretty bad. That hurts. All right. That hurts. No, I picked up the wrong fork and had a piece of dried pasta. And so I licked the fork and it just sliced like the middle of your lip right through. And I'm like, oh my god. But anyways, okay, so that breakout didn't have much energy. And I was wondering why my pasta tasted so irony. I'm like, oh, there's so much iron. And then I'm like, wait. Oh, I'm eating blood. Ow. And of course, the vinegar in the pasta is now burning like a bitch. So it's all good. I think if I can just, yeah, I can hold the wound and talk. My voice will sound a little weird though. All right. Yeah. Well, that wasn't a real pennant, but we could probably make a real pennant now. Yeah. And then this guy is here. And now we're treading on a potential breakdown. If we do break down, it'll be to here or here. And then it will boost closer to this. And hopefully we can stave it off. Come on, Green Bandit. Oh yeah, if you didn't know what the War of 1812 was, yeah, as Canadians, it's basically the British that were still, you know, British colonies dealing with the U.S. and the U.S. dealing with Canada, or the British that were in Canada at the time. Ah, okay. Good. I think it's fucking sealed. Oh my god, that was annoying. Hopefully it's not the breakdown. Oh, it's time to break out the lemon. What's wrong with my mic now? I hate you all. uh, if I could lower the sensitivity of my voice, um, then we wouldn't have mic issues. My mic's fine, you just can't hear me for some reason. I have to crank the sensitivity, and then of course then the microphone's garbage. Yeah. $1 million microphone. I guess I'd just buy a microphone for sick kids. I'd be like, and you get a headset, and you get a headset. Look under your seat. Everyone gets a headset. I hate you all. uh, uh, all right, now I'm going to try to not spill the past on me. So, technical breakdown. It was looking good for, before I sliced open my face. um, but yeah, we broke down. We went too far sideways, didn't go up. So now we're going down. Now, I'm just rolling in Mivis dollars. Oh, what's that? A 17% reduction? Yes, please. So there's 18% over 2 days. Feels good. And there's no slowdown in sight. Yep, my little. Oh yeah, there's my Titanic drawing. Yep. Rest in peace, stock. Oh, and we're not doing much better. Yeah, so we found our support. Excuse me, our support where I thought it would be. Oh no, sorry, I said here. So yeah, we didn't get support here. So yeah, we're now finding support at the next one. Sorry, I wasn't right on the first one. I was hoping that it would stop, but that's a lot more aggressive than I expected. I expected a low volume breakout. And then that one there is a moderate volume. The volume you can see at the bottom of the screen isn't that big, but that probably is all sellers, no buyers. You can see sticks, so there's obviously a little bit of buyers, but it's not like the buyers are putting up a big fight. The JK. Why do you spell Ottawa with 2 O's? It's not Ottawa. It's Ottawa. My God. We don't have autos here. That's German. And Otto is also German. ATT. UO. Nah, it's all right, Belts. Everyone hates the paper hands. I don't even, paper hands can shove it, But everyone that follows this channel knows that I buy and sell. I'm not a you have to hold for gold. That is true, but you don't have to hold every 10 seconds, right? You can buy and sell. You just want to be in for the long haul. So, yeah. Anyways, so what are we doing here? So, ooh, GME took a tumble. Hmm. Um. Here, I'll post a link for you, Tom, because you can't post links. Crazy fan. Don't spam, please. I got it. The chat doesn't move quick enough to require 3 of anything. Alright, so GME is bouncing, and so are we. So maybe that was GME. When did that happen? 9:47? 9:47. That's probably what happened. So we're completing a U shape, right? And we're just about to have a breakout. And then GME took a shot, an arrow to the knee, pulled us down, caused a technical breakout, and then their sadness became our sadness. And that's what just happened. Fuck you, GME. We're so close. But the good news is that and then we're going to have a fast recovery. So if we were just temporarily held down by this, it means we're going to fly right back up. So that's actually easy money. So you can take a long position right here, and that's easy money. Now, the risk here is that GME continues to plummet. But all we needed it to do is go sideways or up. We don't need it to go, as long as it doesn't go down, we'll recover. And you'll make money here. And of course, the Dow needs to not crash either, but it's going sideways. So sideways and sideways. Oh, no, it's going up. That means money. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So for those that are new to the channel, this is the kind of stuff I do when the stock behaves itself. Where I get in trouble is when it's low volume or the whole market goes into a nuclear meltdown. Then I can't do shit. But then nobody can do shit because the market doesn't even know what it wants to do. So what good is reading the market if the market just comes back saying, I'm confused, I have dementia. So it's like, okay, what can I do with that? The stock will now be erratic, and it does not know what it wants to do. Excellent, that's useful information. I can really work with that. How do you make money like that? You just place a... So what you're seeing is not... it's a visual representation of the bid I would make. So you would have just in a buy order right there. And you would have sold at the top. Now, since I'm busy eating pasta, I missed the sell point, / I still think it's going to recover, so I don't really need to sell. But if you're following along, you would have placed that buy order, and then you would use your judgment. But I'm not allowed to, be a stockbroker, right? Legally. Well, if I don't want to, I can be a stockbroker, but if I don't want to get sued, you got to make your own choices here. I'm just showing you the bids I would make when I see them, when the technical analysis comes together. So let's see what's going on right now. So it's the Dow. Okay, so GME is kind of going neutral, but it's the Dow that's pulling us down. So we got to watch because 1030 is a dip. Okay, so I'm going to close this position. Even though I think it's going to go up, I'm going to close this. So I took a tiny loss, and I'm going to buy back in. Actually, yeah, I'm going to buy back in once it bottoms out. I was going to say maybe I take on a short position, but then I'm like, I don't know how far it's going to go down. I don't think it's going to be very far. So in that case, you know, I knew it was going to go up because it's basically guaranteed to go up. But because the market changed, in this case, the Dow, that was my warning sign. I'm eating pasta, so I'm not really on the ball, but it doesn't really matter. I'm just doing kind of trades here, right, for fun. But that was your warning sign. So let's actually get the Dow back up here. But anyways, yeah. So that's how you kind of do technical momentum trading. So that would have got you, let's say, 1%. How much is that? 0.6%. So. Belts is right. It won? What's it won? It won't. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, don't remind me of that one. Because I'm like, alright, that robot was bad, but it's really not that bad. A couple of major pandemic related newses later. Okay, that's got to be the end of it. A couple of variants later and some tax stupidity later. Okay, that's got to be the end of all this Pain Olympics. And a couple days later, we level out. Yeah, that was not fun. I wouldn't call that a perfect storm, but it was basically like we couldn't win. And then they think it's a really fucking good idea to talk about share delusion. It's like, let us recover, for the love of God. No. I have enough money that, and I trade on margin. I don't have any of these days of settlement or whatever. I just buy, sell, and go to town. If you're using a cash account, or you don't have enough money, you need to wait that settlement period if you're trading with all your money, basically. And you also have to worry about those strikes and warnings so you don't become a pattern day trader. Yeah, that's exactly it. All right, so let's see if we're going to get the recovery now. So this has made the negative S shape, but it stopped before fully completing it. If it fully completed it, we would be in a world of trouble. So that's good. And it stopped at the almost the 50% mark. So it's a good sign that it should turn around. Okay, everybody's going sloping down. Shit. Yeah, if everyone's sloping down, we're going to slope down. We may not recover from this quickly. We need these guys to turn around. We got no control over the larger market. Although we don't really have any control over AMC, but we have less. What little control we have of AMC, we got even less. The market's going to be sour. That's unfortunate for us. Come on. Maybe GME can pull us out. Their volume is pretty low. Or actually, 500,000. 10 o'clock. That might actually be really high? No. No, for some reason my brain's a little fried. I can't remember the volume. I think they're 1 million by 10 o'clock is their highest. So this is half speed for them. Our volume is quite moving along. So 10 is what we want by 10 o'clock. But I think this beats our last couple days. Hard to remember. I should stop trying to remember things in the past because my brain's not working. Yeah, I think it's 10 by 10. And then on a really good day, we're 20 by 10, if I can remember correctly. I told you the numbers yesterday, so if you got your brains working, you'll know. So it looks like we're going into a W shape. Support levels in 10. What do you mean by support levels in 10? Oh, you mean like 10, the 10 to 9 range? Is that it? Oh, 10 to 11. Okay. Sure. We can do that while we wait. I need auto. Bring that baby down. So the major ones will be, where are we? So these are the major ones. So you will have, where's 11? So 11 ends here and 10 starts here. So you only got two major ones and we're batting against one of them. And then if we go and do the support lines, horizontal raise, ploop, and ploop. This one is the bottom. This one might be one. Usually stuff on slopes don't count. The one we're on right now is this guy. And then let's just take a look and adjust these. So that's this. This is clearly one. That is clearly one. This is clearly one. Yeah. This is clearly one. And yeah, so yeah, and you can see how those, I saw them here, but when you drag them out, and if I keep dragging them, they would probably go even further. So that's all we got for here, and let's just for shits and giggles, because I know we had some trouble on this guy when we tried to get up there. So that's basically our lines of scrimmage. So there you go. That's where we're fighting. And so we have the 0.5 line that's somewhere around here, and the line that we're on right now, which is the 0.38. And those will be the more macro. And that's us fighting from the U shape. So there you go. Yeah. So if we get down to this, which is 1073, we have a good chance of falling to either 1042 or 9 something. So these are more major support lines, but you'll have this every peak and every valley. So this, you know, that and that are all supports, but they are much weaker compared to the other ones. So if our volume is low and no one gives a shit, they'll be strong. But if the volume is high, we'll blow through the weaker lines like they don't exist. But they're good to know because then you can sense why there's weakness. So like here, this could be because we're crossing a line, so that this line here could actually be right here. So that's the macro border. So I dragged it down. And so you have hesitation. You have flats, tops and bottoms, and hesitation when you cross a line. And that's how you can spot them. See? Hesitation. So there's hesitation here. So that might be something. Or it could just be a breather because see how high it went? So it went up, hit this line, said, oh God, no. Went down, past this line, said, oh God, no. And ended up here underneath another line, which makes sense. You wouldn't land up here. You would land on the line generally, or below it, since you're starting here. If you started up here, you would end up here or here, because it requires less energy to be underneath the line, or on the opposite, or no, on the same side of the line you started, requires less energy. To be on the other side of the line and finish requires more energy, if you think of it that way. So the likelihood changes, basically. I am hoping we're going up. I don't want to battle for 10. It's a possibility if we're going to do the handle shape, but it's still a little early. Like, give it till after 10:30. Wow, the kindness of your hearts to get me a new microphone. It's very nice of you. I mean, realistically, once my money gets free, I can buy my own microphone. Just right now, I have $0 because it's all invested in AMC. Oh, that's really kind of you guys. Yeah, I'm still waiting for my medical money to come in, but that's like gonna take weeks. So I'm gonna trade stocks and make my dollars until then. Okay. So we are going nowhere fast. Oh, I'm looking at the 30-minute. That would explain it. That's why I always keep looking, because sometimes it just changes without me knowing. That explains why we're going nowhere fast. So, yeah, you can see now that we put the support and resistance lines up. So I peeled back that invisible curtain. You can see we're doing a pennant shape right on a line. So it doesn't want to go down, but it doesn't want to go up, so it's stuck. Yeah. Yeah, you get whoever's following us new today is going to get a good lesson on support and resistance. So we should have a technical breakup or breakdown really soon. Is GME trying to go green? So now that I know there's going to be a breakup or breakdown, I'm going to look to see who's going to give us the energy, who's going to push us over the edge, basically. And if it's nobody, we'll just keep going sideways until we decide to go up or down, which, judging by the volume, is not coming anytime soon. All right, just smash that pasta into my face. So hopefully this is not the breakdown. I'm just going to move this plate far, far away from me. I've already managed to get past on the floor, my feet, my face, and my shirt. So, fuck it. Today is definitely not a day for me. I'm not going to operate heavy machinery today. I'm a danger to myself and others. Alright, let me just take some medication here. I mean, let me get my sweet, sweet ludes. Because, you know, stockbrokers need their drugs. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Get those ludes out. Those aren't my ludes. There we go. Ludes. Actually, the pill I take for stomach issues actually looks like Quaaludes. Same shape. The generic white pill shape. Okay. Just crush them up. There we go. Get out the razor blade. Wait, I don't think that's how you take Quaaludes, but wah! Then YouTube gives me a site, taking drugs on air. Your video is removed. No, it's licensed. It's pharmaceutical grade. All right, I gotta sit down before I die. Okay. Well, today is not my day. So much pasta all over me. Okay. No hookers yet, yeah. Yeah, no, there was no hookers to do my pharmaceutical grade stuff. Yeah. Off them. Plus, that's not really fair for the hookers, right? It's actually, you know what? If my health fails anymore, I'll get personal support workers and be like, okay, I'm gonna have to refer to you as the hooker. Yeah, I got a lady that comes in. Yeah, she cleans up the house and stuff. You mean a maid? No, that's my hooker. it's like the hobo, a hobo stockbroker. It's all good. Yeah. So we're just teetering on the edge here of either of these blue lines. So if we do have a break up, so we go upwards, a breakout that goes upwards, the problem that's going to happen is that line's in the way. So even if we get through it with our added boost, because you get a boost from the breakout, we need a huge amount of energy to get away from this black line. Now, it might be just enough to get over the black line, and then we sit there for a bit, and then we work on getting out. It's always better to be above than below, because there's nothing really stopping us from falling. But once we get over the line, then we'll have support that stops us from falling. Especially the longer we stay above the line. I forget what they call the term, but when you go over a line, it's basically broken. So the first time you go over the line is the hardest. And then every time you go over the line, it becomes weaker and weaker. And I think it's retention or memory, something around those lines. They have a term for it. And then basically as time passes, the line repairs itself. You can think of it that way. And then the idea behind that is that when you try to go through a line, there's a bunch of selling pressure or there's a bunch of buying pressure if you want it to go down. But then those people get burned off and they have to be replaced. Over time, they'll get replaced, but they won't get replaced right away. So the line is weaker. It won't support and it won't resist as much. But the first time you go over a line, right? The first time, let's say we hit 1,000K, right? There'll be so many limit orders from all the retards, right? You're going to have a paywall that's 1.5 miles thick, right? But as soon as you burn through them, then it's not going to be 1.5 miles thick, right? Just to use an extreme example, but that's exactly the mentality behind it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly the mentality. Ah, no. It looks like we're going for a breakdown. Oh, yeah, we're going to hit 14, but is it today? Most likely not. We're struggling. We're struggling to go up. Today might be a wash. I don't want to call it early, but we're starting to trend this way. So it looks like we're trying to make the handle. Balls. I was hoping for a better recovery. But all those I buy the dip people are clearly not with us today. Or they ran out of money. That's probably where we are right now. This guy here. Yeah, that's exactly where we are right now. We're on top of this guy. And then our next stop is 1044 if this breaks down. Balls. So we're being supported by this line. So that's the breakdown. Let's see, the breakdown should be about this big, but because the line's in the way, right? It's it cut it in half essentially. And see, it's pushing it back. See, I don't understand people are like technicals are stupid and they're useless. It's like, how the fuck else can you predict the market without technicals? I've pretty much called the entire day. You know, it's without technicals, you'd just be like, maybe it'll go up, maybe it'll go down. You know, I can't tell you if the volume, if it's going to go up or down, you know, but I know what's going to happen. It's going to be a severe up or a severe down, right? And so there it is, right? And then with support and resistance lines, you can tell where it's going to stop or where it wants to be. Whether it will go there is a different story, but it gives a probability, a lot higher probability, right? And it's like, I don't get it. People that shit on technical analysis. It's like the only way you can tell what's going on, or at least have some semblance of what's going on. Now, I bet you if I look, so we're just drifting sideways. So if I go look, it's probably because we're getting nuked by somebody. So GME is fine, but the Dow has been consistently going down. Yeah. Fuck, we're on the other side of the line now. Balls. What time is it? Oh, we're coming up at 10:30. Okay. Yeah. I lost track of time there. Okay, so that's not too bad. We're coming up on 10:30. This would be very bad if it was like 11 o'clock. Because, like, the curve, we just went over the line with, like, little fighting. It's like, oh boy. This looks like the buyers have just given up, which is what happens as you get closer to 10:30. The sellers get stronger. So this is probably a false, I don't know what to call it, up. Yeah. It's an early recovery. I forget what the term is. My brain's not working. But yeah, it's like a false start. So it's going too early. So this is going to come right back down, and then you'll have your 10:30 dip of some sort, then your takeoff. Yeah, my brain is definitely fried today. False something. Yeah, not even going to try, or I'll just be like rambling like Joe Biden all over this video feed. uh, do, 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 do. Okay. So really, we just need to see what the Dow's going to do for 10:30. Yeah, so see that false start or whatever? Gone. As predicted, like clockwork. And in fact, it actually went down even further, right? It's almost like I know what I'm doing. Now you might say like, oh, that's nothing. But when you're trading like $1 million, that's a house, right? So it matters too, because if you buy in here thinking that's the start, and then, oh, look, this happens, there's one house, there's two houses, and if it keeps going, your bank account's not looking so good, right? Yeah, it's not a huge amount, but when you're dealing with a lot of multiplication, it's good to get things right. Plus, if you use this evidence as, oh, we're starting our recovery, you're 5 minutes too early. And so then all of a sudden your judgment calls everywhere else is wrong. Like this. We can't be going up and getting through this black line while the Dow is taking a shit, because that's going to drag us down, especially if it breaks, new lows. So then we don't even have to look at AMC. We know it's going to be either flat or red, because this line's going to give it trouble. And we know from the weight of the Dow, both of them. The only thing, if we saw green, large green, the only reason for that I know of is because GME is pumping the gas, i.e., Reddit is just throwing money into the wind. But that's not the case. So the stock will play out based on what I just said. And Bob's your uncle, which I still haven't looked up where that's from. But anyways, there's your crash course on stock trading. No bullshit, no hype, just technicals and the game. Just trying to get a feel, because I was busy dealing with my face being chopped up this morning. Just trying to get a feel for the volume. It's very erratic. Like it's on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. There's no consistency. There's a bit of a push up from the bottom here. How much is that? Can't see. 7,000. 12,000. Yeah, it looks like a really dull day. This is decent sized. But we usually always have low volume right before 10:30. So this is normal, because AMC holders don't sell per se, right? So you're going in, and this here represents the market. So everyone gets out of the way of the 10:30 dip, and then the selling and buying you see is part of the market ebb and flow. Yeah. So we should see the results of this. You should be seeing, yeah, neutral. So our buyers are holding up the Dow, or what you're seeing is an aggregate of the whole Dow, and we're not currently being affected. But usually we share, like we don't move one for one, obviously, but we do share in the average rise and fall of the Dow, because AMC is in a lot of ETFs and portfolios. And that's kind of what the Dow represents for us. We use that as a ballpark, since we seem to follow it so tightly.
I wouldn't say people are momentum trading on Mortal Kombat Stone Age, but that is correct. People do stuff like that. I think what really killed us is we hit the 50% line on the U shape. And the market showed weakness, and it was just a bad timing. Just like this guy right here, right? We could have gone up, and then we just got hit by bad timing. And that's unfortunate. So, this whole day could have been different. We'd be up here doing this. But just the wind blew the wrong way at the wrong time, and this sets all of this in motion, right? Like, it's like, fuck. But when you do that on a macro scale, right? We're recovering and the wind blows the wrong way for long enough, and then it sets all of this in motion, and it's like, son of a bitch. So, but you can't control the market. You can only work with it or get the hell out of its way. So, that's what we do here. Because, yeah, look at the Dow's just punishing itself. Holy Christ. That 1030 dip is pretty heavy duty. So if this was an oversell, we should see a lot of green. And we should see red. Oh man, we are holding. What's GME doing? GME's gone flat. So they're getting weighed down. I don't really know everything that influences GME's stock price. But you can see they're doing this, and then they're just like, they're struggling to stay afloat. But the thing with GME is like they have almost zero volume. Like these flats are basically zero, which means for like almost 20 minutes, no one traded GME. Whereas us, we almost never go to zero because we're influenced by the wider market. So I'm thinking GME is basically just retail investors. Or they wouldn't have these flats, right? Now it is a big number stock, so maybe, I don't know. But who would keep a turd like this in their portfolio? You know, like you'd have to be gambling, right? It wouldn't be an institutional. So anyways, they're just basically going nowhere. So the general fear on the market is just stopping buying. Minus that. Oh, that was 200 shares. Ooh, versus 100, which is basically zero. So somebody bought one unit, or is that 700? I can't see from here. Anyways, point being is jack shit numbers. Yeah. Yeah, that was 700 because this is 9.5. Oh, there you go. Now you got 1,000, but it's in the negatives. And what about us? Yep, there we go. And the Dow? Yeah, so that's this is GME. So see, GME got the ramp up in volume and went red and gap down. And then we take the blunt of that because GME is the strongest force that I know of to our share price. The Dow is only strong when we're going on low volume. That's why, as much as I want GME to tank to get it out of our life, if it tanks, we're going with it. So if it tanks at a bad time, we'll be in trouble. If it tanks at a good time, we'll just be stunted. We won't go up as fast, or we'll go sideways. Or it'll be muted because we'll have that upwards motion. It's kind of like thrusters on a rocket ship. So if GME gives us a whole bunch of downwards force, as long as we got enough speed, it won't turn out badly. But if we're already plummeting to the earth and GME adds to it, we're about to do a deep impact. Yeah. So there may have been a support line somewhere right here. at 1058. I vaguely remember that being a number we fought over. 1060, 1058. Yeah, I think that was a number we fought over. Yeah, because everybody, yeah, people were saying it's the Battle of 1060, but for some reason it was like 58. They were fighting over. Yeah, it's all good. Uh, dun, 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 dun. Uh, just give me 1 second here. Uh, there we go. There, I pinned the GoFundMe as you requested, Senor Tom. Okay. I love how you had to take out a GoFundMe because my microphone, you don't like it. It's silly. Silly but good. Mivis, how are you doing? Oh, what's that? Making me more money? Thanks, Mivis. Let me just adjust this. That's it's a healthy 20%. Thanks, Mivis. You flaming piece of crap. Yep. I think Wall Street Bet's probably rolling in its grave right now. But whatever. You buy the hype, you get the burn. Bernie Sanders, you get the burn. So, yep. Something has to change, or we're just going to drift on a channel. So, GME really loves its channels. So, if GME continues its channel, which it likes to do, then we're headed this way. And we're basically stuck in a channel as well. Yeah. So next stop for us is 1022-ish. Balls. Come on. Where's our after dip rebound? Come on, Dow. No, you need lemons in your life. Yep, I'm just gonna put some cult members over here. They're gonna assess your theta count and or thetan count. Go. Come on, this is the way you want to go. Let me show you the way. The way is this way. Or even better if you can pull it off. Let's just let's set our standards low. I'll give you lots of lemons. There you go. See? Everything is gonna be alright. Do, do, do. So I think Mivis is going to try to launch a recovery. After the dip. I could get out, dodge the recovery, which won't be high. The recovery at best will be to 21.27. Let's see. Oops. But it's showing like considerable weakness. And its volume is high. So that's an astronomical. These are all pretty low actually. So the volume must have been earlier. Low, 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 low. Oh, that's big one. That must be big, and this one is decently big. All right, I'll have to keep an eye on this. That's a short position, so I'm betting on it going down. So this is still going down, which means, yeah, we're holding on the black line. The black watch. Come on, markets. Unfuck yourself. Or AMC, find some of your irrational donors so we can turn that frown upside down. Come on. Oh, a glimmer of hope. The Rebel Alliance is striking back. Okay, that's the start of a flattening out. Dow? Ah. I could kiss you, Dow, but it would probably taste like ass. And you still haven't done much, but at least you're seeing the light. Excellent. Yeah, okay. I'm going to close my short position on Mivis because it's going to recover a chunk. So that got me 25.75. So we'll just adjust this chart. Easy, cool, 20%. Okay. Oh, actually, that's not true. It got me 1950, let's say. Whatever. Okay, good. And then we'll get back in once it goes below this again. We'll get back in. And I won't do the up because I don't know. I mean, that's probably going to be a good recovery. Actually, maybe I can capture some of the up. So if it goes up any further, I'll take it for probably to here. Somewhere in here. If it goes up, probably... Yeah, let's say if it gets past 19. Yeah, I'll miss out on 50 cents, but that's my safety margin. And for this one, let's see it go break new lows. Excellent. Okay, let that ride. Ford got SSR'd. Oh boy, it did. The hell's going on there? Wow, look at the volume. Yeah, so here's a stock that doesn't move, right? And it just went nuclear. Some badass news came out. That would do it. Ford's not going to be able to reach their targets because of the global chip shortage. which means their electric vehicles that everyone's going psycho on, they're going to take a huge profit hit because Ford can't sell. Well, that sucks. And that was right after earnings. Earnings was positive, but they probably announced during earnings the bad news. Wow, look at the earnings. Holy crap. The surprise was over almost two times what they expected. Jesus. That explains why Ford's been on a tear. Anybody with inside knowledge knows that Ford has basically doubled their earnings. Nice. So that actually is probably a good time to buy Ford. But then see, Ford was $6 or so, right? So they doubled their earnings since here. Jesus, that explains the $6 to $12 run up. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the market knowing. So I don't follow Ford, but see, the market knows, right? So that's making its way up there. Yeah. And so it probably crashed close to 12, right? 11.06. So it was at 12. What was its original price? $4. So double is 8. So there should be a huge resistance at 8. No. So 6 was more of a period. So it might be 6 and 12. Anyways, won't look at this for too long, but haha, that sucks. And the volume is, holy crap, 88 million. Woof. Woof. That's about as bad as the Mivis train wreck. Sad pandas. We're back. Back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. So on the micro level, this is the shape I think we're in right now. So today is this red right here. Yesterday was kind of this guy. So hopefully this red becomes like this green. We're basically we're doing a U shape. We didn't make it, so now we're rolling. So this is kind of where we are on a really tiny version. So there's 14. There's our crash. This is a little too extreme, and this is a little too extreme recovery, but there's your U shape. A couple of good 30s in there, and then we're right here. But then what should happen is this should go like this. The sellers are done, and the buyers take over. Yeah, because we got to fight for our right to party. The GME is showing a recovery. Weird recovery after going like this. Then they're like, whoop. Okay. Well, I showed it the way. And it went for a bit. And then see how it kind of hesitated when it hit the other line, kind of the more 45-degree line. That's kind of an interesting thing too. So it's hesitating as it crosses an invisible line, which tells us that there might be something there, that it might be trying to go that way. Just like here, I just drew a guesstimate line. So here it really wanted to go that way. Then it's like, and then something weighed on it. Is Ford part of the Dow industrial average? Because that could be shitting on us. Ford might be of one of these indexes, right? Which would explain the Because Ford is like a massive loss of capital, right? So it would just be draining the bathtub. Um, so then, if that's the case, then the whole day might be a wash until Ford stops hemorrhaging. Who else is bleeding out? Okay, so Knox up 10%. Meme stock. I like myself a good thing of meth in the morning. Clover. Oh, Clover Health. I know them. Okay, Neo is still having a good time. Is this Facebook? Facebook's up 5% on what? Earnings? Yeah, on earnings. I was like, so stocks like this don't move. So Facebook must have reported, yeah, a 40% surprise. That would do it. Holy crap, what a jump. What's that? It's a huge jump, but it's only 5%. I don't know who invests in like fucking old people stocks. Like that's impressive, right? That's a huge jump. If we had that, that would be like 60, 70% for us, right? But see, they don't move, right? They barely moved a whole fucking $2 in like a day. Not even, right? Now, $2 on a $300 stock is like half a penny for us, right? So they didn't move half a penny in AMC terms. And then they jumped about $3 in AMC terms, $4 in AMC terms. It's like us waking up going from 10 to 14, right? It's exactly the same as that. And it's like awesome, but that only got you 5%. Like the growth potential is so stupid. But I guess when you're that big, you also can't go down quickly, so that's what people like. But any company can, you know, nuke themselves. Just because it's big doesn't mean it can't fail. I think we learned that with the banks. Oof, what's this guy? 59%. Adium Biotechnologies just took a 60% hit to their company. Oof, oof, oof. Oh dear. They were doing good. Oh, is this where they started? Oh, they only just started. No, that can't be right. The stock doesn't look right. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say. Okay, so where are they now? Holy crap. They wiped out themselves to 2018 in an overnight. Oh, apparently they're no stranger to wipeouts. So from 61 to $3. Oh man. Oh, you don't want to be those fucking bag holders. Wow. Okay, but that's still a lot. You just lost half your company. Fuck. All right, so it doesn't look like there's any majors that are weighing on us. I'm trying to figure out. I mean, the market's got some serious losers today. Oh, Cara? Cara Food Corp? Oh no, Cara Therapeutics. I was like, no way, Cara's down 43%. They're huge. They're the people that do all the airline foods, Harvey's, a whole bunch of retail food chains, major food company. Cree Lights? Maybe. And they probably just can't compete. Yeah, Cree had their heyday was back in 2000s. Yeah, let's look at the all-time. Yeah, when they started to get into LED lights, and they were the world leader. If this is the same company, is this the same company? Electronic components. It might be, yeah. That looks like them. Yeah, and then this is a resurgence of LED technology. They're still doing pretty good. They're just having probably a minor setback. Something didn't sell as well, or it was earnings and they didn't make as much, and it was earnings. Yeah, generally major changes is earnings for large companies. Okay, nothing to write home about. Holy fuck, everyone's taking a nosedive. Something must have happened at overnight. Oh man. So the Germans are going down, the UK's going down, is gold going up? Gold's going up considerably. Hmm. Yeah, it's something negative. I thought we were gonna recover from yesterday, but it looks like now that I have a little bit more data points, it looks like something bad happened overnight. So maybe the state of the union stomping all over the market might have done it. Now is the damage done? Is it stopped? The tide stemmed? It's starting to look that way. Yeah, looks like it's starting to level out. All right. So at least now they're done with their pissy britches. Done being a Debbie Downer. We can get some money. The way is this way. And it's good this support line held. That's great. I didn't really want to go any lower. Frig. So, yeah, Mivis didn't get enough height. So it's going to end up here. Yeah. With the lifting markets, it might help them. But yeah, it's not looking good for them. So this red corresponds with this. Just like we went down as well. There was a bit of a push. You can see everybody went down right at the same time. So that's a larger market poop. The only person that didn't is really GME, but they showed stunted, right? Either it's this one or it's that one. I'd have to look at the exact time, but either way, they were stunted. So that shows GME has a lot of strength. It wants to go up. And so when the market said no, it basically just kind of stuttered, but it didn't stop, didn't change directions. Yeah. Whereas we're not as strong, and so we followed suit on both cases. So now we look like we have a W. So there's like an invisible bottom here. So we came, we basically bounced, and then now we're going to see us 1053 will be our deciding factor, or it'll be here. So if we get over 1048, yeah, we'll go up to 1053. If we don't, we'll stutter right on this guy right here, and we'll roll, which is, it should be very common with rolls now. Roll. And there's a classic roll right here. So you go up and you cresting. This is the cresting part. So this is starting to roll. And then when you start to do that, you've crested, you hit the peak, and now you're going down. So that's cresting, and the larger picture is rolling in my parlance. So what we're hoping for is this, basically. We're going to do a smaller version of this, and we're hoping that when it gets here, it surges or goes sideways. Right now, we're kind of here, 50% mark, and we run the risk of this. So but a much smaller version of this, of course, because our W is half the size, right? It's tiny. So here's our W, right? So we would want this, but this is the 50% mark, and it looks like we got that. It rolled at the halfway mark. Now, because it's so small too, right? It's not too hard for us to get above it or get around it. So if we get a little bit of gas or upwards motion and we get above this red, we can then break and then we can continue, right? And then that's the same thing I'm talking about on the macro. So we're in a U shape, right? And we've curved at the 50% mark. Okay, here we go. Right? So same thing. If we can just get a little bit of, well, it's going to be a lot of gas. If we can get a whole airplane load of gas and we can get back to where we were, that's going to send us up to 14 and above, right? So on the microscopic, we're fighting the war for the macro using the same patterns because that's how the stock market works. Yeah, we're actually playing out a recreation of the battle of a 12 right here. If this is 12 and that's 14, we're basically playing out the same battle. And we're somewhere in here right now. But yeah, we really need to see a green. Just punch it. Yeah. It's funny how that works. The little makes the big. The sum of all the motions of all the tiny little, what are these candles, makes the bigger candles, which makes the biggest candle. It's pretty cool, when you stop to think about it. All right. GME is sideways. The Dow is following Dewey. So this is actually a good learning thing. So remember I said here, right? It's like it's showing that it wants to go that way, right? Now watch this. I shall blow thy mind. So if I do this, and then I take this line and I drag it over here, we're going to find that this line is probably pretty similar to where it's going to go. Yeah, so what happens is your stock wants to do this, and the wind basically, you can think of it as it goes lateral. So it pushes it over, but this is just a continuation of this, but it got pushed over. And that happens quite a bit. So it basically tells you that the background process, which says do this, hasn't changed, but there was a temporary, moment of strength, a gust of wind, right? But the fundamentals haven't changed, which is I want to do that. And that's, yeah, that's likely what that little green told us, basically. Because that green is resisting because it's trying to do that arrow, right? But it was overwhelmed by the negativity. But as soon as the negativity goes away, it goes back to doing what it wants to do. Rise a little down, rise a little down, rise a little down. Yeah. Now, I don't know how long these things will hold, but that's useful because if it does this, you're looking at probably this again. And so you can predict price action because it's not doing this, right? It only goes over because it's being pushed. Yeah. Anyways, so that's you don't see that often, but that's neat when you see it. Then that shows you there's good strength to go up. It just got temporarily weighed down by something. Yeah. Yeah. And then as a result, because we follow the Dow, right? You can see that here as well. See? I just realized, so that pattern right there is playing out here as well. So there was a temporary negativity that pushed us, but we still are trying hard to go up. And I bet you this guy is going to look a lot like these guys too. Because it's the same amount of energy, right, to go up, which means these greens aren't going to go this way. They got to stay small, and we need a little red in here to keep us on this line. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't notice that earlier, but yeah, that's happening as well. And wonder if that's happening with GME as well. No, no, I don't see it. Although it's really hard to tell with GME because it's like somewhere. I'm trying to connect all the flats together. So it's obviously not going back, but it's a mess. But at least now it's starting to break the channel. It's still following the channel, but it's getting closer to the edge, which means it might be leveling out, which might mean it can go up. Because once it's flat, it can go up. If it's down, it can only go less down until it's flat. So it's always good to be in the positives and stay there. Yep, looks like it's on track. Like clockwork. So Mivis is, feeling the relief of the Dow. Okay, so now, so it's following this kind of energy, but you see how it broke? So when it breaks, then it's going to have an increased volume, and essentially it broke out of the channel. So that's when you know it's over. So this was like a channel, which got displaced over here by this little bit of wind. But as soon as it gets out of it, we should see it blast off because it's done. The only caveat I would say of that is that if you extend this line, and once it reaches this line, there's a decision point because sometimes it gets pushed down and then it comes back like that. As weird as that seems, I've seen that pattern a lot. So you just have to draw the trend line. Actually, you can think of it actually as a trend line. So there was a trend line like this, and the stock's doing its thing, and it got pushed away, and now it's trying to come back, right? So this shape is impossible because that's going backwards, but this shape is possible, right? So this is just a micro level, but on the macro level, there's a general trend it wants to do, and we're right here. Actually, we're right here because we don't know if it's deciding it wants to come back to the line. Or what it could be is the line's here and we just got pushed away and we're just going to come back. So that's this line here, right? Or, this is the line and we were just making our way to it. I don't know. But just keep that in mind that when it reconnects, there's a potential for something to happen. So I might as well mention that by the time, because I'll forget. So this line here is really technically like this, but because it curves and it's so small, I would go like that. So I add a little bit of weight because of these guys, but I don't really use them because that's the new pattern. But if I followed this directly, it would actually be like this. And that's a little too steep. So I take that little green there and a little bit of red, and I drive it a little to the right. Just like this guy here is like this, which is very similar to these guys right here, right? But you see how he's also curving? So he's also trying to make the other pattern. So if that's A, and that's B, that's B. You can see they're matching each other, right? It's weird how that works, but again, the psychology is that there's background processes, automated processes. Buy 100 shares every 10 minutes. Buy AMC every day of the week, 1,000 shares, right? All those automated processes add up to a constant direction at the end of the day. Anyways, a little technical lesson there. Okay, so we're still on the road to recovery. Excellent. So we're not at risk of crossing either of these lines yet. So that's good. So if we just extend these lines, we'll never cross this line, impossible. So this line, it's also impossible. This one's not really a line, but that one's possible. Okay. So yeah, because when the end of the line is in the past, you can't go backwards, right? So it's impossible. Where this one is, it's also impossible. So if we follow this line, this would be our trend right now. So if we get a green, we get a red, then we start fighting the line or something like that. This is about the 50% mark on the U shape. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, because see how far we're from the bottom? Is about how far we are from the top. Let's see here. 1, 2. 1, 2. It's not 100%. That could have actually been, the U could have ended here. Because if the U is here, and you deduct this amount, and you deduct this amount, yeah, that would be too high of a 50%. I can see the U. It's probably actually a completing of a U. And that's a really crappy shoulder. So there's your little handle, which incidentally is what we're doing right now on the macro. So I would like to see green, but we're currently doing this. Son of a bitch. And we're breaking down at the 50% mark and not at the 14% mark. Yeah. Yeah. But them the brakes, right? So just like I was saying here with the W, right? So we didn't complete the W. We broke down at the 50% mark and we rolled, right? So this is like an indication of what our future might be. So if this is a slightly bigger version of a breakdown at a 50 or at a top, right? So there's the flat, the red, then the increased red. It usually goes over 3 periods. So this one's a little too big, and the next one should be down to this level. So if you take the idea of this, shrink it to here, right? So put those two reds together and put them here. Take that green and shrink it a little and put it here. Then that's our future. We'll level out. So we'll get a green that counters a bit of the red. And then we'll have a green red kind of equally matched, and then we'll take off. And I think that's how we're going to hit 14. So this is basically the future, and you'll probably see it play out here. There'll be a green that brings us up to 50% or more. Whoa. Oh, there's a flat in there. Okay. There was 2 flats in there. So we're getting dinged with low volume now. You get a green that pushes you up to halfway. Then the next green will go, and then we'll make our way to 14. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but when you have this negativity, it just delays you. Whereas when you have no negativity, this is the pattern you can get. Steps, stairs, a nice bull run, right? Like that's a beautiful bull run. You start off weak, you ramp up your volume, right? And then you taper off. And that's a perfect bull run. If it didn't lower its volume, it would have just kept going indefinitely. But, the buyers don't have infinite money, right? Technically, the sellers have infinite money. The buyers do not. Oh. Anyways, so that's kind of stocks in a nutshell right there, actually. Quick summary. Looking at the micro, which gives us the macro. Yeah, so actually, if we even look at today, right, we're currently in the leveling off period. So you have a rise, a fall, a leveling out, and a recovery. And you don't want your leveling out to turn into another fall um, if you want the stock to go up. But if you have a long enough leveling, you probably will roll down. But you have to kind of weigh it out. Is your buyers gaining strength? Are they resting? Or did the sellers just take a break and the buyers are still out to lunch kind of deal, right? Volume will try to tell you that. Um, and right now it looks like both parties have kind of given up on life. Yeah, pretty much. But our buyers are showing strength, but it's not continuous, which means they're probably getting nuked by something. Or they're just too damn tired. They shouldn't be taking a rest. The market is surging. They should be going with it. I guess the market took a little bit of a rest there. Yeah, a little bit of a rest there. What about S&P? Yeah, there's a little bit of hesitation there. And so that would have killed. Yeah, that would have been here. Let's put the Dow on an overlay. Let's get it a lot more jaggedy. So we started to show weakness before they did. See, we normally lag. So the Dow does, and we follow just shortly afterwards, right? Because the Dow's leading. So like here, we followed, but we showed weakness before the Dow did. Then the Dow hits the gas, and then we're basically caught in a downwards motion. So we hit the gas and we have to course correct. So you get a huge jump to catch up with the Dow. And then here's us showing weakness when the Dow's not showing weakness. So we're overreacting before the Dow even showed weakness, which means we should have a green that will bring us back. But we can't do that until the Dow stops being sad. And that's not going to help. We're going to go red. Yeah. Fucking GME. Oh, and don't mind the blowing noise. Landscaping's making a lot of noise outside. That's just my gardener and his crew cleaning up the yard before the Netflix special that we had to negotiate yesterday. You know, that old chestnut. Rich people problems. All right. Well, we've got dedicated viewership today. Awesome. So we've had 300 playbacks, or 260 playbacks to be exact. And we're currently at 50 people. Well, 47 people now. 48. It's moving quickly. But of those people, most of them have stayed almost the whole time. Very nice. Yeah, that's not going to happen. right. Just piddling along here. Oil, gasoline, one-stroke engine mix. Smells like cancer. So keeping with these lines that are all the same, we can expect it that when it finally unfucks itself, we'll get something like that. Unless something has changed. I hate that. Mivis is going sideways. S&P is sideways. NASDAQ is really sideways. As sideways as it gets. Oh, it's Roblox finally crashing. No, it's at 75. I want it in the sub 60s. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm betting on it going even further. Oh, earnings is coming up. Estimate 13. Interesting Smithers. I guess that will be the deciding earnings call. If that earnings is not good, then it's gonna spiral. This company is only staying alive because of investment and the fact that people is stuck at home. So as soon as the pandemic ends, as soon as the hype wears off, this company loses more money than we do. So they're fucked, basically. They're going under. So they need to get strong and healthy before the pandemic ends, or they're toast. So that one is, you could bet against it. I think pretty good. So I'm just looking at the yearly view or the last 2 months, just trying to get a feel of the general market health. We've been pretty sideways for quite a while. You could definitely feel it. But that's not bad considering the amount of crap the market's gone through. Now, the Dow is just going down to it's not bad at all, really. Yeah, still pretty good considering. All right, let's go back to the 1 minute. Auto. Okay, so we're still just going sideways with a flat top, which is quite weird. At 1046 of all numbers, that's a weird number. Right. So for those just tuning in, we're just waiting for, oh, maybe it's going to be GME. Going to be, somebody's going to pull us out of this funk. Oh, and maybe the Dow. All right, both GME and the Dow look like they're going to go for a technical breakout, which means we're about to get hit by that. Yeah. So I'm just reading the chat, and they're talking about Dogecoin, which is all hype. And I'm sure all the other YouTube personalities are probably pumping it as well. But just because it's hype doesn't mean you can't get rich on it. So, as much as it's stupid and it's a giant Ponzi scheme, right? But if you don't have any morals or ethics or you don't really care, you get in before the next person, you win, right? So, at least with a Ponzi scheme, you don't get your money out, right? There's criminality to it. Whereas crypto, it's okay. It only goes up because other people get in, per se. Um, but you have every chance in the world to withdraw your money, right? So it's less criminal than, excuse me, than somebody manipulating, i.e., Mr. Ponzi and his schemes. Or, I guess, Bernie Madoff, to use a more modern version. But, anyways, long story short, play the game for what it is. If you don't like it, well, then don't play it. It doesn't have to be right, and it doesn't have to make sense. As long as it does what it does and you get it right, you're rich. So it's just like AMC, right? Like it should be recovering at the speed of light, but it's not because people are still worried about a whole bunch of stuff. And that's not completely wrong, but it's also kind of foolish. But then it's also really foolish that we're so far from our technicals that we shouldn't even be, anything more than negative $6, right? Which means the stock should be delisted. But that's not exactly how you judge the entire wealth of a company. So this is the balance and this is the problem. So, anyways, is it right? Is it wrong? Yeah, who knows, right? But we're all here to make a buck, so we just pick a horse and go with it. And soon it looks like I'll have a new microphone, so the world's in order. Alright, I'm just starting up another coffee because I'm dying. The only problem with the new microphone is I won't be able to walk around the house making coffee, and you won't be able to hear this luxurious voice. Oh, but that might be for the better. Yeah. A good quality mic will not be cordless. But it won't be hands-free, right? I'm right now on a headset. Like, I can turn this down. Hold on one second. Let's adjust this. See, I can make my voice better. So this is 12 decibels. So now my voice should sound a lot better because it's not being amplified, but it should be quieter. So you'll have to adjust your sound, but I'm not going to sound ridiculous, right? But previously, nobody could hear me. So I had to amplify my mic because I don't know why, like, YouTube videos are like at 100. Like, I have to turn my volume down to like 1 or 2 on YouTube. And then when I play a video game, it's at like 70. So there's something wrong with just how YouTube does its amplification. It's like everyone's screaming. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways. Well, if my voice gives you the ASMR, that's good. I'm glad I have that voice. I'm no, what is it, Rothschild Capital? Whatever that YouTube guy is. That guy's got the witness protection voice for sure. And so, we buried the body out back, and you're going to have to be a cat for the rest of your life because the Bob is now looking for you. It was the worst of times. It was the best of times. Yeah, or the Allstate guy. Yes. If you like that guy, he did a really good job on The Unit. The Unit was a great TV show, and he was a Delta Force commander. Man, nothing's better than him saying, come with me and get down and, you know, execute the mission. You're like, yes, Allstate guy. I love that guy's voice. I love his acting. His acting's pretty plain. He squints a lot, but he does great as a commander. Yeah, the Allstate guy. So good. All right. So we're coming up on 12 o'clock. So this is our prime time, and we're going pretty slow. I'm not looking forward to 12 o'clock. At least we're not going down. That's good. All right. Oh, sorry. I punched the microphone. Again. Just getting up to do the coffee while this goes sideways. So this is probably a good time if you're thinking about getting some food. Basically, sometime before 12. So we're looking at if we do get a breakout, which I don't know right now, it's hard to tell. We don't have any energy to go anywhere. So the longer we go nowhere, the greater our chance of going down. But if your volume is so low, then you don't even go anywhere, right? Which is actually something that does happen to AMC. As sad as it sounds, our volume gets so low that essentially the stock doesn't even move, period. So yeah, I don't know where we're going. The Dow looks like it's going to recover, but it's probably going to slow down going into 12. So I don't know if that's going to be enough to push us up. So when we're at kind of very low to like not ultra low, but low to very low, GME is like the strongest force because we're moving with the market. As our volume ramps up, it's either because GME pushed us or it's just us. We might be going for a run on our own. And if that's the case, then we're on our own. Nothing's pushing us, right? It's either GME or us. And then we can't use the other guys as a benchmark. So I don't know which one of those it's going to be. I don't think we're just going to randomly find our legs going into 12 o'clock. That would be rare. But as I've said many a times on this channel, nothing is impossible. So you cannot say with absolute certainty anything because God knows where the stock's going to go. But you probably got about 10 minutes of it doing nothing to an hour for it doing nothing. So if you want food, go for it. And that's the short of it. All right. Yep, still going sideways. All right, I'm going to find a pair of socks to replace the ones that got covered in pasta sauce. Do, 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 do. Eventually, I will make this a little bit more professional YouTube channel and layout. Yeah, I'm just in the midst of dealing with health issues, and I got students with projects I got to work on as well. So I don't really want to invest time. I'm trading stocks to make money so I can actually live month to month until my insurance comes in. But once I get that out of the way, then I can get a little more free time to make this better. So please excuse the mess. We're under construction. Okay, that looks good. Let me just check on my pet squirrels. Okay, pet squirrels are not home. Okay. All right. We crashed down. Son of a bitch. So that's the problem. When you go too far, too long in one direction, you plop down. And then GME didn't help. The Dow helped, but GME probably sealed the coffin on that one. Fuck. Yeah. So the chance of us coming back was here. We didn't get it. So then there's the follow-up. Now what's the volume on this? There's some commitment there. 7K. I would expect the most volume is when it crosses the line. But actually the most volume is here, so let's undo negativity. Is there something special about this number? No. Looks like that large volume is just an indicator that it's not done yet. Either that or the buyers pushed really hard and it just looks worse than it is. The buyers might have been very delayed. So maybe that red was supposed to be like 3 times bigger. So it's trying to like free falling, if you will. And the buyers pushed it all the way up. So the red looks small because I wasn't looking at the volume. I was just walking around getting the squirrels checked out. But that might be what happened. Like that's what's happening right now. See how much the volume is and we're not going anywhere? So right now it's going buyer, seller, and they're pushing each other with incredible numbers. But they're not gaining any territory or any ground. So the stick and the square isn't showing what's going on. But in the background, you got them basically, each side is winning against each other. And they're trading sides, but they're not gaining any ground. Yeah. And you can see that's kind of confirmed with the volume here. So see, that was like 1,000 versus 100. Now it's 1,300 versus 400. And so it just keeps going back and forth, which is, how things normally go. Okay, we're starting to recover while all the other ones are red. So this could be a false recovery. We're just going to look at the DOM. The DOM is the thing in the middle of your screen now. That's going to show us a snapshot of the volume. Now this volume is not exactly accurate, but it's representative. So the actual number's not right, but the difference between the numbers is right. So 800 to 1,600 is double, and that represents what's going on, but the number itself is not exactly right to the true volume. But we don't really need true numbers. Not unless we're comparing one stock to another, then it's important. But with AMC, it doesn't matter. As long as the numbers are always wrong, and wrong by the same amount, that's all that matters. Okay, so yeah, we're duking it out, sellers and buyers. So these are pretty small numbers. Like 1.2K is starting to get big because these are seconds, right? So that's 1.2K a second being put on the table. In the background, it's trading by the milliseconds. So we're only seeing a snapshot, a frozen moment in time. But if we could play this at a faster speed, those numbers would just be flying. You like 1,000, 700, 800, 1,000. Both sides would just be blurring, right? But we're just doing like a strobe light. Stop, stop, stop every second. But it gives us a representation of what's going on without blowing up the server, I guess, for TradingView. But yeah, it looks like we're just evenly matched, which means we're going to need outside help or something to get us going. uh, with a comparison of the VW squeeze. I don't know where we are in comparison to a VW squeeze. Actually, yes, I do know where we are. Actually, I bet I can find us. Here we go. VW volt, or is that they still a company? What's oh, there it is. Volk. It's a K. I know it's not Volt. It's People's Wagon. Volk is folk, essentially. Yeah. Okay. So, where's the VW squeeze? Here? Why is this Volkswagen number 3? Alright, I guess the squeeze is somewhere around here. This doesn't look like Volkswagen. Yeah. Give me Volkswagen, not number 3. So there's that one. This one? Okay, there's a squeeze. Okay, so we are here. That's where we are. Yeah, we're somewhere around here. So this is what happened to us as well. So if you go and look at AMC, right? That's what happened here, right? That looks just the same, right? There's the squeeze. Whoops. Oh my God. So that's the squeeze right there. And then there's our one bump, and we're now in the flat period, and we're in the second curve. So if we go back to Volkswagen, right? This is give me an all-time. So if that's their squeeze, right? Ours was not as pronounced, right? But our first one was definitely a squeeze of some sort, right? It may not be the squeeze, but it was a squeeze. So this is then our 14. This is the period we just went through, and we're right here on our way. Like this would be higher in ours. So in ours, this is bigger, right? It's more played out. And then we have a bigger middle. And then we're currently like right here on our way back to here. So, and we're doing this all in the span of a year, not in the span of, I don't know how many years this is, right? But that's essentially, you can see that pound for pound, right? So burn this into your memory and I'll switch back to AMC. So then we go back to AMC and you can see it's the same, right? There's your big squeeze. This didn't go as low because this wasn't as high. The middle was better because we're recovering and we're not just, Volkswagen. And now we're back here. We're on our way to
basically get over this guy, which means we're on our way back to this guy, right? So this may not be the squeeze, but there's a squeeze here, and as a result, it kind of plays out. Yeah, that was a little forging, because that's why I was saying I'm like, I don't know where we are on the squeeze of a Volkswagen, because I couldn't put us on the front of Volkswagen's curve. Volts. Right. So if you're telling me to look at here and say, okay, where are we on this curve right here, right? Well, that's incorrect, because the company, I guess, got squeezed here as well too. So people were, or something good happened. So people were betting against them, and something great happened, and the company basically went up 781%. Well, more than that, which is insane. So then it gets pushed down. So of course people are shorting this incredibly high spike, right? And then something, time goes by and the company's doing good, and then something kicks off, a catalyst squeezes out the people. They pile back in and they're like, no, 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 fuck this company. You can't compete. They push it down to $80. It slowly grows over time, slowly grows over time. Oh, wait, sorry, I went past it. Yeah. So then this is the spike. Sorry, the scale got changed. Okay. So this is what I was looking for. So they're growing, right? And then there's something that pushes them, and then they pile in the shorts. Then they go flat, and then they get to a point that they have a single, what is this, a week? A month. Okay, so they have a whole month where they go up 48% after having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months where they've gone up another 45% with almost no retraction. So if you got in here, right, you've lost 37%. If you piled in anywhere else, you've lost 89%, right? 100%. So what's going on here is that anybody that was shorting here is now getting squeezed out as soon as it gets up to here. So that's perfect for triggering a short squeeze, because they're fucked. And anybody that got in here is getting fucked here. So you got a slow growth, solid, strong growth, but this company went up like in 2 years, it went up 300%, right? So if we were to talk about us going into a squeeze, we're basically like here or something at best, right? So this was our squeeze. We're coming out of a recovery. We're going to have a long time as AMC figures its shit out. But as soon as AMC becomes a solid company, it reforms its debt, the movie industry finds its footing, then there's no reason to short sell anymore. And then the stock will go up. And then the shorts are going to get pinched. And then when they get pinched, this happens, right? But that's really a perfect storm. This here is really probably what sealed the deal. If this was to keep happening, it probably would have surged up like this and maybe gone like this high. But because people got in and then you had a rapid swing, that fucked them. And then, of course, this is exactly what happens after almost every short squeeze. So for people that are like, I'm just going to hold forever, well, you can be a millionaire, and then you can be a $65 right? So you definitely need to get out during the squeeze, or you're going to be a bag holder. And then you're going to have a long process of recovery that will eventually get you back there. But you see in the entire history of Volkswagen, right, leading up to this very moment, they have not even got to a fraction of the squeeze, right? So, anyways, if we were to be anywhere, we're here. Excuse me, but we don't have this. We don't have that ultra long period of solid growth. There's no change in our fundamentals other than we gave them a bitch ton of money. So most likely, we're actually here.
So we had a squeeze because we gave them so much money and we knocked out all the short sellers, and we had our squeeze. This is your kind of recovery, but this was a lot, so we can't get back. And then now we've had a time of growth, and now we're able to get back, and that's what's going on with AMC, right? All the short sellers piled in, they got squozen, and then 5 years they got squozen, and now we're working our way back up to where they are, and then we could go into a second squeeze once we get over 13, 17, 20, and then the corresponding 40, 30, 35. So once we get up to here, then we could possibly squeeze up into God knows 50s or so, right? But we have to get into like the low 35s, 30 to 40s, and that will squeeze out all the negativity from the stock. But anyways, that's a recap. That's a good mental exercise. And we're still tumbling down, unfortunately. Yeah. So we're not doing so good, Uncle Ben. Yeah. Well, you can't have a squeeze on a high price because you start low, and it's low because nobody wants the stock. So everyone bets against the stock. That's what triggers your squeeze, right? Yeah. Mm, you got it. Oh, that's a possibility. That little squeeze could have been a reverse split on the VW, right? Yeah, I don't know what the catalyst was for driving up the price, but it's quite possible. Yeah, I wouldn't say we're the little bump before the big squeeze because that's if you look at our chart, right? We're not even we're not even close to the same shape, right? So this is them since the dawn of their stock. They've only had a couple of years where they're actually going up. So it's nothing but negativity. Where Volkswagen was nothing but a slow positivity, and then it got accelerated. So if we start the acceleration process, then we can start talking about a squeeze. But the only reason you saw this jump here is because the acceleration process, look at the volume. Their volume is shit all to nothing. And then all of a sudden, there's 100 times normal volume comes out of nowhere. That's triggering the squeeze, right? Like it basically lit your house on fire and poured gas all over it. So all the people that were betting down got choked. But it didn't go high enough. So these people that are betting down here don't get squeezed out. So this is not a full on squeeze, right? So, I mean, the stock did go from $2 to $20, which is like uh, VW going from 60 to 600. So we did go pretty much the same distance as them. So I say we're a post squeeze here, but it's not to say we can't have another one because unlike VW, we got room here, right? Whereas VW was going up and jumped and then came back. They were never higher than that point, right? Where we're in a hole and we jumped, but we didn't get out of the hole. So we still actually have naysayers that could be right here. So, but anyways, I don't like drawing comparisons because it's completely different worlds. but stocks do move in a bit of a common patterns. Yeah. Yeah. So there's the catalyst. Yeah. Well, it's not hard to guess when you just guess the black lines. Pretty simple music. Unless we get something that pushes us up, we're going to keep drifting. See if how my bets on Mivis are coming along. Haven't executed yet. It's just pissing away. I need it to go further or they'll execute. So you could put a short on AMC, but when this turns around, it should be fairly violent. If there's a question to me, make sure to just tag me, or I might miss your question because I can't see all the messages, especially if I'm looking at the chart. Let me just pop out the chat so I can make it a little bigger. Okay. No, I wouldn't get too grim. I don't think we're going back to 9. This is just low volume negativity. Yeah, we're having a pretty low volume day. So we still have the rest of the day to see if it turns around. Is today Thursday or Friday? Thursday. Thursdays are generally better than Fridays. So poop. And we should not expect a crazy recovery on Friday. And today is also when people get paid. But Friday is end of the month, so there'll be all the options, and we'll have well, they get paid monthly. They'll get paid, so we might see their impact. But judging by the lack of volume, not looking good. Um, yes, I saw that backstop. Yeah. Yeah, right now we're going where the wind blows, basically. To answer your question, Nick, with the same last name as me, it's all good. It's all good, backstop. Um, you're asking how long until you think we can see more answers. Well, it depends on, I guess, what the question is. Um, if you want to know what the next major confirmation is, that will be when we get over 12. At this point, it's when we get over 11, as sad as it is. But once we get over 12, then we need to see how we head towards 14. And that's kind of what I said at the start of this video. So at the start of the video or the trading day, I usually do a recap of what happened because now you have a fresh mind. So right now we're in a U shape and we're starting to do the handle on the macro, on the big picture. So we're doing we're doing a handle on the U shape. So we don't know if that handle will stop and turn into an S. We don't know if that handle will turn into a U. We don't know if the handle will completely complete. And then if that's the case, it's going to do what we're doing right now, which is to drag us back down to a major support line before turning into a different shape. So it looks like right now the handle is completing and we're getting dragged down. I was hoping it wouldn't be so negative, but hope is a 4-letter word. It's irrelevant in the scope of the stock market. But so once we see the completion of the handle, or we get to 11 or 12, that would set us off on a new pattern, and then we're good to go. Or we have to reassess, right? But until then, we're basically we're floating whichever way the market wants us to go. Um, yeah, because we're right now in the middle of completing a pattern. So we can either complete the pattern or we can start changing into another one. We don't really have a lot of choices once we start. And it looks like we're going to complete the pattern as much as I didn't want us to. Um, so if we go back and look at it, right? So we started to curve, but instead of making a nice curve like this, right? We had a little bit more an aggressive curve, but we're falling back to the support line, which is right here. This is the next fallback line if we go through where we are right now. So then we're going back to here. But after that, that would be the complete handle to this cup, right? So there's your handle, see, teacup. So then it's over. So once we hit these two guys, we're done, and now we got to figure out what we're doing. What I was hoping is the larger U shape, which is here, the bigger cup, right? This is the 50% mark, and I was expecting a larger handle that would go over multiple days. And in that case, your handle should only go about here. We should have stopped at about 1086. But because we didn't, for whatever freaking reason, that is more indicative of this guy here. So we completed the U shape of this guy, the smaller one. We went up, couldn't do it, partly probably because of the 50% line of the bigger guy. So we hit his 50% mark, but we're playing out the pattern for the smaller guy. So we're completing his pattern for the small guy, but we were triggered by the big guy. If we were doing the big guy, we would have a larger handle or a bigger pattern. It would be over multiple days. But since we're doing the smaller guy, we're doing a tight pattern. So we're doing a tighter down shape like this, right? Versus a bigger one like that. So anyways, that's where we are right now. Based on my technical analysis. But once we either finish that or magically go up, where everything is set. So now if you're asking about a squeeze, if you want to squeeze, then what you need is a period of relatively either down or flat, and then a sudden change. And then you'll get a bull run. And if the bull run is very excessive, it'll be a squeeze, right? So here's a period of flat and negativity. If somehow, $1 million got added to the market, this would just go like right up, right? So if all those $47 million shares liquefied tomorrow, we would fly. And then it's not a bad time to do it. And that would get us up to here. Better time to do it would be as soon as we get here, right? So let us fight it out on our own win under our own steam. Let us build up our own strength. Then we get here, and then you give us the gas. Well, then we're in virgin territory, and then we're choking out all the short sellers because we just gassed it, right? Right at the last minute. And then these people that are like, hi, it's going to go down, they get fucked. And then all of a sudden that becomes much bigger, right? So we'll see how it plays out, but that would be a potential to squeeze once we get over 14, somewhere around the 16 to 18 territory. And then once we get past all of this, so the 2025 and here would be our potential squeeze. And if we hit both of them at the same time, because God knows, then we're like probably going up into the 60s. Like that would just fly, right? I mean, the 60s is a little excessive, but if we hit both of these at the same time, it would be a lot. Like we would be going a lot, but that's going to come down like a house of cards. But anyways, it would be something, right? I don't think we'll ever be as extreme as the Volkswagen setup, but it would be something. It would be one hell of a roller coaster to watch. And you'd be sitting here shaking like, do I sell? Do I sell? I've been in a couple of short squeezes, I think at least two.
and it's a fun ride, and it's a very scary ride when you're on the wrong side of it. I've been part of it actually. So one time I was riding the short squeeze, made a ton of money, and the other time I was in the short squeeze. I woke up and I was down 40%. The second the market opened, I was down 70%, and I was like, "Holy shit!" So I got margin called, but I have like 3 days to pay, so I just wrote it out, and I think I sold at a 40 something percent loss on that one, but it wasn't a lot of money. It was like 10 grand maybe. But the initial like, oh, 80% of your money's gone. Holy fuck. You had 10 grand, you now have 2 grand, and you're like, oh, oh, it hurts. Hmm. Ugh. So, anyways, but that's the breaks, right? Fuck. Look at the market. It's all blood red. Everyone's red. I was hoping today was going to be a good day to die. Yeah. Oh, belts. 1K end of day. Lambos are always tomorrow belts. The squeeze is tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Don't worry. It's just tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. This is the Illuminati hedgies. They're driving us down because it matters so much for them to be at $10. Lol. Yeah, well, Facebook screen because of earning call. They don't count. Yeah, yeah, definitely belts. Today had potential, and then around 10 o'clock, nope, that was it. The whole market's taking a turd. I think it's State of the Union. It's not a huge sell off. Like, remember, our numbers are amplified. So if the Dow does 1%, we do 10%. So the Dow and everyone is red. There's general negativity across the market, which I think is the State of the Union. Biden basically mentioned that trickle down economics don't work, and he's going to roundhouse kick all the shitty people, which is good. That's what you're supposed to say. But I think that just put a little bit of pessimism on the market, that maybe the good times of printing money and screwing people over is slowing down. So you're seeing that in the Dow, the S&P, and all that. There's a little bit of pullback, but zero point 0.2 is nothing. 0.1 is nothing. 1, 2%, that's something. 5% is scary. 15% is nuclear wasteland for the indexes. If you see a negative 15, then America is on fire, like fucked, not walking away, fucked kind of deal. Um, but that doesn't happen, right? I mean, it can happen, it does happen, but it's really rare, like every 10 years kind of rare. But for us, we can do 30% a day, right? So -6 is bad, but it's not bad. It's like a 2% for anybody else. So it's not great, but because we can just tomorrow we could just go up 35%, right? 25%. Like we do insane numbers. The stock is, but the volatility is why I like it, because you can make good money on it. So, anyways, just keeping it all in perspective. We're going on 7, and if we go to 10% reduction, then that's starting to get pretty serious for us, because then it's like, oh fuck, that's like an 8 or something for somebody else, right? Yeah. Well, the support line's holding us pretty good. Oh, I'm on the 30-minute chart. I was wondering why it wasn't moving. Oh, it's not like we're going anywhere anyways. Okay. So we're hugging the 25% line. Oh, it's been a wild ride. Let's get the Dow back up. I'm just going to have to condense the Dow since it went nuclear. Well, at least I guess we didn't go down as bad as the Dow, but we also didn't go up with the Dow when it lifted around 11 o'clock. Kind of buffered. Oh, you're calling 980 before 12? We're already at 12. Gotta adjust your time for market time. So I presume you mean 1 o'clock. All depends on how we deal with this black line. Yeah, so I got the fib up here. That's what's in the background. It's essentially a fib box. Yeah. Yeah, come back richer. So we're bouncing, we're underneath the 0.25 of this box. So if we can't get through this or the black line, we're not going anywhere. It's hard to tell. The volume's looking good. We're ramping up, but we're not seeing any price action. So even though we're gassing it, oh, this might be it. This might be it. I spoke a little too soon on that one. I was going to say, even though we're gassing it, we're showing so much hesitation. Yeah, the Dow's starting to go up. The volume's starting to match. We might be going over the line. Or I might have spoke too soon again, and the volume just drops off like a rock. The second I go, hey, and oh, fucking inconsistent volume. Just do it and get it over already. Let's get rich, bitch. Dow's still going up. So we're right on the line, and we didn't move. I think freedom of culture, your estimation might be close to being right. It's what I'm feeling as well, because we might have completed the handle. So we got really friggin' low. We pretty much almost got to 9. So we've pretty much completed the handle. So now we can do the full recovery. We're done that pattern. But I'm not sure if the market and GME is going to let us do it, right? And that's what I'm kind of debating in my head right now. Like, look at this volume. It's nothing. We're just stuck, dead, no gas. So even though we should be going up, and it would make a lot of sense,
if nobody's going to buy the stock, it doesn't matter if the technicals say one thing or another. So hard to tell. But yeah, let's say if we got consistently good volume, I agree. I expect us to be at least 11 by end of day, if not higher. And then every minute we get shit volume, I would say gets us lower and lower and closer to where we are now. I mean, we still have 4 hours to successfully resurrect this thing, but it gets progressively harder as time goes by, too. If you can't find the link that's pinned above, you need glasses or someone to teach you how to use the internet. Lols. Wow, it's getting weirdly. There's just some sexual tension here, Tom War. Ooh. Yeah, oh no, no, we're fine. I don't think we're like screwed by any means. I think our 6% is on par for normal. I think there is some undue negativity in that. So I think the technicals say we maybe should have had a 4% day or something somewhere. I said that like 3 days ago. We need a red day. Even in a handle shape, there should be a red day. But I didn't think it would be this big. So I think it's just amplified or stretched out, and partly because of the low volume and the lack of interest in keeping it up. So I do agree. I do pretty much fully agree. I'm just trying to balance between, what should be, what is, and why is it what it is, so that I can adjust the should be to what is actually happening. Because the technicals are showing one picture, but all of my technicals require volume. It requires the mob consensus, because without it, you have random people making the stock go all over the place, or the stock goes nowhere. And in both times, your technicals fail. But when you have a million people, the group think gives you an average, and that average usually follows the broader market, the normal, or what is expected, or the personality of the stock, whichever way you want to put it, right? So that's why I'm struggling right now, just a little bit, because the volume is just fucking toast. Like we should have been through the black line. And what are we doing? We're just fucking like going sideways with 100 shares. Like it's like, what the fuck's going on? But this is a classic case of the market's your bitch and you can't do anything about it. Oh, I kind of misphrased that. You're the market's bitch. Yeah, there we go. The market is a bitch, not your bitch. There you go. Uh, you are a slave to it. Yeah. 3 gas stations and a Burger King shop. And then when I show up and see you, Tom, I'll wear a king crown, a Burger King crown. The squozening is happening, and I'll throw lemons at you. Is that lemon zest I smell? Eau de lemon. It's all good. Yeah. Yeah, I think tomorrow, you're right. I think tomorrow is probably going to be, if this is an overcompensation, we went too far, then tomorrow will compensate for that. And that's usually how it goes, right? If for some reason we don't have the energy, the care, or the life support to resurrect ourselves, then tomorrow may be that day that, you know, juices us up. However, as Belts will tell you, I've said that countless times when we're going through that flat period, it's like, come on, come on. But we didn't get the volume. So it's like, uh, it's what I wish and what actually happens. So this should be our third time touching the line, which means we should go through, or we're going to have a cataclysmic breakdown. So come on, let's go through. GME is going sideways. The Dow is going up. So which one is it going to be? That should be green for us. Come on. Come on, you senior citizens. So for those that are just joining us, these black lines I drew like 3 hours ago. There you go. So it's not like I'm just making up these technicals seconds before they execute. You can see it's a support and resistance line a mile and a half away. And here it is proving itself, right? So there's a gravitational pull because we had low volume, but you see the spike of volume when we went over the line. Yeah, and the spike in the volume is actually, a lot of it is sellers. Ooh, what's this? What's this? Sudden thing of volume. No motion yet. Did someone finally wake up? All right, so back to what I was saying. Oh, the sellers. No, we're not moving. So when you go over the line, the buyers are so strong, but the sellers are trying to stop you. So it makes the volume look huge because you have to have at least equal sellers and then some to get over that line, right? So then you're going to have large volume. Whereas in other cases, it could just be all buyers, no sellers. Like here, that was probably all sellers. But as soon as it went over the line, it just jumped because there was buyers holding up that line. So now it's a support line, right? When previously it was a resistance line because it resisted us with sellers going up. So there you go. So now it pushes it away. So the buyers defeat the sellers. All the sellers that wanted to sell get pushed away. And then all the buyers stop it, but they're stopped like a line in the sand. And then the rest of the normal buyers who weren't killed off in that conflict push us up, is what you're seeing now. And that's the push away from the line. That's the psychology of that. So all the sellers come at once and get killed, and then our defensive buyers don't move from that black line. They're still there, but they didn't get defeated. And then our normal buyers then walk across the empty battlefield. But that doesn't last for long, and then you're seeing that now. The sellers will come back once they've, got reinforcements. But then that doesn't mean our buyers that were on that black line are going to stay there. They may move up. They might go to a market order, and then they might start taking the fight to the enemy. But the support and resistance lines are usually where people set their limits, and so they usually stay defensive. They don't move like the rest of the soldiers, if you will. Anyways, so that's kind of the psychology. So yeah, anyways, there was a nice boost of volume there, but it didn't sustain. But at least we're above the line now, so we can start drifting upwards if the Dow could keep itself up. Anyways, Birdie was lurking in the background with the steel chair. Yep. Well, if we see volume like yesterday when I guess a whale or somebody bought into AMC, you'll see the volume will shrink off my screen and there'll just be one stick. That's when you know Bernie Sanders just came out of nowhere. Then you want to see the next tick to see the impact. Yeah. Yeah, my name fell asleep. Yeah, just as we get volume. Yeah. So we're doing okay. So we in the next minute or so we have the potential of a breakout. We're above the line now. We just need a little bit of a kick to the pants, just like we had, the last 3 minutes. And then we'll go flying up once we get out of the gravitational pull. Gonna need a buyer or buyers. Oh, can we get another round of stimulus checks or something out? Maybe I'll call up Buy It and be like, "Oh, sorry, you can only spend it on AMC." Cha-ching. Oh, thanks, Stone Age. Yeah, that's a GoFundMe that Tom started because apparently Belts has a love affair with my microphone. I like my Void headset. It works for video games. But apparently, guys want more sensual chocolate. Hmm, who's that guy that has a deep voice? Justin? Yeah, I can dig it. That's my best shaft. And thank you for the kind words, too. Yeah. Eventually, we'll all have our money free. We can go back to day trading together. That was my bet on. My bet on Miviz is paying out, it looks like. Ah, money, 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 money. Oh, damn it, my name. Go to sleep. No, no, I already have one. I have the Void headset. It works great. Um, but the next step up from here is what Tom is looking at, which is that's the Procaster or the Podcaster from Rode microphones. I was looking at this Shure, which is I think 350 as well in Canada. Um, and so that would then start giving you more dynamic range on my voice. So what I'm talking into right now is probably a 2 millimeter condenser, so it doesn't get the same deepness of my voice, and it's sensitive to background pickup. So I'm not using push to talk here, and I did add a noise gate, but before the noise gate, the condenser is if I touch like this, see, you're going to get all of that. That's just me touching the boom of the microphone, right? But if I go with a dynamic microphone, which requires me to talk loudly to move a magnet with the sheer physical force of my voice, then it kills the background, right? And then I can punch my boom mic and it won't be as bad, right? So I think that's where Tom and friends are hoping I head with microphone. And I can just keep this one for gaming, which is why I have it. I mean, if you guys want a shitty microphone, I got a $20 GeForce headset that I got for like $5 on clearance. When you play that, holy crap, it's like tin. I'm like, wow, that microphone blows ass chunks. This one is quite clear. This is one of my favorite headset microphones. Yeah. Yeah. Don't wake up. Oh my god. In recent news, my name went into a coma. AMC shares soar. Okay, look, it's we have a decision here. Do we pull her on life support or no, no, you know what we're going to do? We'll keep her alive. We'll keep her light her heart at the slowest rate possible and we'll use the AMC share money to pay for this. It's a perfect combination. We're all like billionaires. Should we wake her up now? Ooh, I got a new car to buy. No, no. Let it roll for another year. Will I ever see Grandma again? Well, it depends if I ever get tired of flying my private jet into volcanoes. So I'm gonna go with no. So good. Three birds. I'm gonna get two birds stoned with one rock. No, Ricky. No, that's not no. uh, she wants to go to sleep before we conspire against her. Curses. Okay, so the Dow's inflecting, going up. Deflecting's going down for those that are new. So we might get a technical breakout right now. I will not mention how awesome that will be so my name can sleep. Uh, but there's the jump. We went up 2 cents. And, well, it doesn't know what it wants to do. There we go. That probably killed the whole. Oh, no, it didn't. Nice. I was going to say that probably killed the boost, but the Dow is starting to step on the gas. What about GME? Fuck is it? Right here. Okay, GME hasn't figured. Oh no, GME's down there. Oh my god, it's so hard to see with all these flats. Down, up, 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 down, down. So they're here. So GME's actually going down. Okay, we're gassing it. Okay, next technical breakout is 1030. So that's what we're going up against. All right. Well, the Dow decided to just unfuck itself randomly at 1230 of all times. Well, I guess 1230 is a whole number. Ooh, that's a good sign. That was a nice jump. Say we got over the 1030 and we just like gassed it, like we just flew. And of course, that's too much too quick. You can't just go up, 10 cents in a second. Not after all of this. So we got pushed back, but that's still very bullish. Oh, it's fighting. As long as that Dow keeps the pressure up, I think we can keep this up. Don't slow down now, Mr. Dow. Dow's starting to curve. So you can also follow the Dow on the side of the screen with the orange. You can see it's slowly deflating, right? So we're going to follow suit. You can kind of think of it as the orange is going to push us away. But as we move further and further away from the orange, the green AMC is going to move towards the orange. Well, it's going to be red when it moves towards the orange, but you get the idea, right? So you can think of it that way if you're more of a visual person. The numbers don't matter. What matters is the behavior. But the reason we use numbers is because if I just say up, down, it's very hard for you to qualify if you're not looking at it, right? Yeah. I almost never look at the share price, the 1034. Sometimes I get caught off guard because I'm not paying attention to either the time or the price. I'm just looking at the shapes, the funny colors.
Tell me about the rabbits, George. Yeah. Yeah, well, it looks like everybody woke the fuck up. Yeah, S&P is in green. Nasdaq is pulling its head out of its ass as well. I don't know what caused it, but we're back in business. This is why, like, you can't write off an entire day, right? See how Mivis is reacting to it. So yeah, Mivis was trickling down. So yeah, not bad. So here I was short selling, right? And I got out just in case it would go up. It did go up, but it didn't go up enough. So then I get back in and I miss out on maybe 0.5% here, but then I avoided all the risk, right? So that's how a day trader plays defensively. But I still got the 20% from this, basically. Yeah. Feels good. Nothing like 20% in 2 days. Good luck getting that from anything else. Yeah. To me, the if we're talking headphones, the best kind are the ones that go over your ears completely. Just because you don't, and people argue you need the environment to, properly hear sound, and that's correct. Um, but when you're playing video games, and especially if you're playing at low volume, you're going to want to kill unwanted noises. And two, your ears technically hold up the headphones. So if they're clipped on your ears, that's no good. You need to have the headband, or you can't wear it for 10 hours, right? And if you have it in your ears, good luck having something in your ears for 10 hours a day or longer, 15 hours a day, right? And then, yeah, you're pulling them in and out all the time. It's no good. So, but that's, if I'm going outside, then in ear is best. If I'm at home playing video games, over ear. And on ear, that's just too much pressure. Ears will hurt unless they float. Unless you get a really expensive pair and they just float on your ears, which you could do. But I like to have my headset, at least attached to my head when it's moving around. Because, you're swinging your head around playing a video game or you spilt past all over yourself. Yeah. Me, I'm not shorting AMC. I'm paper shorting Mivis right now, is what you're seeing. My actual position is 1385, I believe, or 83 now, for $60,000 in AMC. So we're still $3 and 40 cents away. 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope, 50 cents. Yeah. So we're $2.50 away from me getting my money back. Or sorry, yeah, $2.50. No, $3.50. Jesus, I'm bad with math. Yeah, there we go. Christ, I can barely add. I'm horrible at math. Some learning disabilities when I was younger, but I don't suck at stock trading. Yeah, I managed to dodge every dip AMC had except for that one. I figured it was going to dip, but I didn't think it was going to dip that hard. And then when it did, it was like, fuck it. Let it roll. And that roll should have been like a week, ends up being a month. And it's like,
But I didn't lose any money, so it doesn't matter. Tis what it is. Yeah, so I have a Corsair Void is what I'm using, and it's excellent. It's a Corsair Void Pro. The only downside is it's made for a little bit bigger head. I mean, my head is pretty big, but it's made for like, um, for lack of a better word, black person wide head. They tend to have a wider head, or even Asians tend to have a more round head, where mine's oval. So I don't know what if that's cultural specific, but I got a more of a flatter side to my head. Um, so whereas most, like, all my Asian friends complain that most of the stuff I like is of course too tight. So they started making the bands wider for larger heads, but as a result, the shit doesn't fit. Um, but anyways, I don't know. That's my only downside to it. They need to be a little tighter, but if they were any tighter, they would probably hurt my ears. So who knows, right? Did I not say black person? Or did I say African American without thinking? Yeah, that wider, stockier head shape. I don't know how else to describe it. Yeah, like what other culture has more of a wider head? Like Asians have rounder heads, so glasses don't, and flat faces, so glasses don't fit them properly. Uh, you know, Asian glasses have a smaller nose bridge, right? But we're talking about the side of the head here, right? So who has big, blocky heads? Like, I don't know. Yeah, yeah. So I know, like, because I'm a designer, a bit of a designer, right? So as black people became more affluent, they had to start shifting stuff because black people are bigger, stronger, more muscular, bigger frames, right? And so they had to widen shoulders and they had to increase the headbands of headsets, right? Um, so there was a whole host of subtle changes, right? So, anyways, that's what I'm drawing from, in case you feel offended. Um, but yeah, anyways, I don't know who else has white heads, or I would just say like Russians, or I just somebody I can describe, right? But anyways, yeah, 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 that's kind of true. The Nordics do have, like, I knew a Finnish girl. Her head was disproportionately big. Yeah, yeah, that might work. Yeah. Anyways, you get the idea, right? So this headset's definitely made for a wider head. It's got about an extra, mm, 3 centimeters, let's say. So maybe half an inch of play on the sides for a wider head. So, anyways, that's the only downside I can think of. So, anyways, we're recovering. So, to get back on track, that's good. 1042 is our next, yeah. uh, we're just having a longer conversation, G, or Yi, as J's are Y's, I believe, depending if that's Mandarin or not. Scots and Mexican. Yeah, we're very diverse here. Yes. Muses in potato would be mine. Irish Scottish descendant, fourth generation Canadian, or third? Third. I think no, I'm the fourth. Yeah, I'm the fourth generation. So do you count the one you're in? Oh, I don't know. Doesn't matter. Ooh, Afro European. Look at you, fancy. Yep. And Maggie's so unique. Unique. Oh my God, I read it as exactly as it was. Unique is unique to her. Yep. Yes, we got your hashtag. It's not about the length, but the girth. Yes. Yes. Um, but anyways, yeah. So that was a thing. I think that was a problem in the 90s. I think I remember seeing an article about it in either psychology or a design book, and they were talking about the subtle changes because basically, or actually a really good example, right? So the average height of a Western white person was bordering around under 6, right? With the influx of taller African Americans or black people in general, they started at a higher height. So cars had to get bigger and longer because, previously it was like, screw you, you get an uncomfortable car. But as soon as they started becoming the buying class, right? Now you start making stuff for them, right? And so, and me being 6'2", that's good for me, right? That probably happened maybe in the 80s, um, or maybe even earlier than that. But that was another turning point. So roofs started to get taller, things started to get lifted up, right? All the things you got to do for a basketball player kind of deal. So everything started to drift higher. Society got taller. The height of, if you go to a really old house, the height of doorways is lower. In really, really old houses, they're less than 6 feet tall, the ceilings. You have to crouch in a house that's made in like the 1700s. It's like, holy fuck, what is this, ants, right? So that's a neat evolution as well. Yeah, yeah. Anyways, yeah, yeah. That caught me really off guard when I was walking through a house. I think that was from the 1700s. It's like one of the oldest houses in Canada, and it was like, holy crap! It was like made for ants. And then you find out the Romans, tall for a Roman was over 5'2", and then they fought Germans, which were about 6 feet tall. So they were always like, these guys are giants. And it's like, yeah, they're fucking entire foot taller than you. And you got these little measly arms and they're fucking cleaving you away with axes. It's like the Vikings everyone would have shit bricks when they saw the Vikings for the first time, right? Oh man. It's like if give Shaq an axe and send him out. Oh god, Shaq's gone angry again as he's swinging a giant fucking 10-foot axe. Yeah. Oh, there's spam. What's you ban? Ban? I don't know what a ban is. Well, we're just waiting for the stock to do its course, right? We're just having a lovely conversation. We were talking about headphones, and then I started talking about something a little bit more astroteric about culture, difference in races, and evolution of culture. And there's nothing really to see here. So I'm hoping we would get more pull from the Dow, but we're starting to curve, which is probably the black line, but it's nothing we can do, right? Like we should have stayed above. The orange should have kept above, and now the green is teetering. So yeah, here we are. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So we'll get our next boost at 1 o'clock if we get one. I bet you some money that maybe GME's giving us some trouble, which is why we went flat. When was this? 1209 to 1220. 12:00. Oh, that's way earlier. So now we're starting to curve again, which is a sign of weakness. Yeah, we'll see.
No, it's just Zach's other account. Well, we will be watching G or Ye. We will be here more than likely. Well, 100? We can maybe hit 100. We'll probably be here when it hits. Well, we'll be here when it hits 50 for sure. 100, maybe not, because that might be like 10 years from now. Depends if they divide the stock up. But we'll be here. GME is doing okay. And we're just showing a little weakness on medium volume. I don't speak Corona. Wow, that's not racist at all. Not racist at all. Damn. Um, yeah, Dow's showing weakness too. S&P is decent. Let's take a look at the S&P since I haven't seen it in a bit. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was looking here and I'm like, that looks good. Yeah, it's been on a tear. Okay, so the Dow's weakness is not actually as bad. So this chart started to make it look like it was curving. The candles make it look much better. It's because of the steepness. I see. Okay, let's put it back. Actually, let's zoom out to check on the steepness. It's making a bat. So it should try to go back. That's good. Do we have enough time? Yeah, we might have enough runway. So it might try to go back to where we were this morning, which means we might get a full recovery as well. How's GME thinking about that? Yeah, maybe. We might actually maybe get a full recovery out of this if all goes well. We just need to unfuck ourselves because clearly we are not following the Dow. You can see we're kind of pound for pound here, but right now we're deflecting. I'm at Ottawa. I'm in the capital of Canada. I'm on the not 5 kilometers, 12 kilometers from downtown Ottawa, going west. So not far. Oh dear. Hate speech? No, I'm just catching up on the chat. So the way I do laws is based on malice. So if you say something that's racist, it's because it's racially driven, right? That's fine. But if you say it because you're hating or you're angry or you're mad or whatever, that's the problem. It's the malice. It's like me talking about African Americans having wider heads, right? If you're thin skinned, you'd be like, holy fuck, you mentioned race. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're talking about something. But if you're like, because they have wide heads, they all suck, then it's like, okay, there's a problem, right? Or because they have wide heads, they're dumb. Now you're associating race with something, right? Yeah, so that's probably where I would step in, right? As a moderator or as a person. But if there's no malice, then have your conversations, right? It's not hate speech, it's just speech. Maybe not the greatest speech, but, need the hate. So, yeah. Naked. I can look at naked. Let's take a look at naked. NAKED. This one is a popular favorite. We wait for AMC to figure itself out. So you can watch it right here. Let's go look at the 1 year. Yeah, so this is where Reddit got at him. Yeah. So I don't know anything about. Holy Jesus. Yeah, I remember looking at this before. Yeah, look at how it's just like peeling into oblivion. Okay, so scroll, 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 right? So here's Naked going along, growing as a company. They started off here as hype. They burned out. They come back. They burn out. Then they really come back and they burn out to like almost nothing. And then Reddit comes in and they spike them. But as you can see here, I can't even see the spike, right? So more volume than they've ever seen in their life. And it doesn't even put a dent on their previous price. Like 1,135 for a fucking footwear company? Fuck. So if we just zoom in here, because they're now trading at 0.6 cents. So what reduction is that? 99.99999? Pretty much. Yeah. But as close as I can get. It's ridiculous, right? So in less than a year, they lost basically 100% of the company. So I don't know much about them, as in like, are they valuable? Are they worth it? You could play them for momentum, but just before the squeeze, they were 0.1. So they could easily go back to 0.1. They're still hemorrhaging money. The company should be bankrupt. They should be gone and dead. And, you know, the stock shows it, right? So, yeah. It's like sundial growers. They're so diluted that even though that they're still afloat, their share is horrible because they're just diluted out the ass and they're having financial difficulties. But then who isn't during a pandemic? But you get the idea, right? Although growers shouldn't be having too much trouble because people need to eat. Usually food is a defensive stock. So, do you play this? Maybe. I would probably buy it if it gets into the 17s or the 20 cents cheaper. If I was to play this via momentum, I'd want to see it get down here first because we're too close. We're on support right now. It's on support for these guys, but it's too close to 0.4 and it could just plop down. And because these numbers are so small, you'd be looking at a 30 to 40% loss when it plops down versus a possible 110% gain, right? Or a possible 226% gain. Because going down is not the same as going up. If you start at 1 and go to 2, you doubled your money. If you go from 2 to 1, you lose 50%. So you want to start as low as possible and go as high as possible. You don't want to get in here, ride it all the way down and ride it all the way back, and then go up. So, yeah, I'd buy if it gets lower. I don't know much more about the stock than that, but just looking at this, it might be in the recovery phase, but this, if we have a U shape, right? U shapes die in the corner, die in the middle, die at the halfway, or die at the top. And the top would be here, to be exact. So this could be the dying. So you'll see it curve, and as soon as it starts to curve and gets below this guy here, that's it. Short sell it, because she's going down to here. If it doesn't, if it goes like this, then you might be pretty much set for it to go back to here. But judging by how this crappy ass company has lost so much money and it sucks, why would the company now double or triple itself? That makes no sense. So my guess is hype is running out and it's about to roll.
The technicals are going to throw it in the garbage can, and hype is not going to be able to stop it. So, that's my guess. Quick, probably wrong guessing. And that's the same thing with Mivis here. It's on a huge surge. Some of this is accurate, but I'm guessing it's going back to $10. And that's what I betted on when it was up here. I shorted it, and I'm betting it's going back to 10 something. So that's going to get me a little bit of money. So we're right here. Well, I made that bet right here. So I'd make about 62%. Not bad. Okay. So at least with us, we got a couple of stable bottoms. Like here, we could have gone back to here, which is 805, that whole chestnut, but we didn't. And so now we're on the recovery. So right here was kind of the deciding, is AMC going to live or die? And we chose life. And so we're good. But now we're struggling, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, we're just curving. Really, this curve should have been slower. This is a little extreme. But yesterday, we didn't have a good yesterday. Yeah. If yesterday would have ended better, I think, yeah, I think we would have had, this would have been better. Today wouldn't have been as extreme if yesterday was just up in here, but yesterday was kind of in here, and as a result, we paid for it, unfortunately. But anyways, let's see if we can get this clown show to turn around. So how's the Dow doing? Still surging. We do not want to leave. And we have decent volume not letting us leave too. That's weird. So basically, we're trying to go up and angry people are keeping us down. But why all the hate? Oh, unless GME is tanking. No, GME's going up. All right. Well, then, did we get some news? Some information broke at 12:44? Because we're starting to get hated on. Yeah, that was yesterday. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. You'll have to excuse the new people as they come in. As I said, if we will lose our culture if too many new people come in all at once, right? Um, you change. Oh boy, I need to catch up on the chat. I know. I'm just catching up on the chat, and my reaction is, "What the hell is going on?" as well. I'm like, I saw the tag, the big orange me, and I'm like, okay. I read that. I looked at the chart. Then I looked over, and I'm like, wait, what's going on here? All right, let me catch up on the chat. I left when G was spamming. Um, I've actually blocked. I've muted at least 3 people. My name. Um, but they were basically like just super angry, racist, or yelling, or telling everybody to fuck off. And it's like, well, your value to this channel is none. Um, but that was way back when we first started, right? Um, uh,
Okay. Just scrolling through here. Oof, some brutal English. Going through. Do 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 do. Daryl's got the right idea. Eat some popcorn. Yep. Uh, oh, violence is escalating. Oh, it's gonna have to be the calm hand of my voice coming in here and settling everyone down. Oh Jesus. Oh, Mr. Yi, you are you are going off on a tangent here. All right. Yeah, that's ended up on the mute. Uh, Goodbye. All right. Mr. Yi is now muted. Damn. And it's one thing to have a conversation, but you can't be attacking everyone. All right. Do. And it's done. Oh, he's gone. Ah. All right. Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to be I don't know the person's background, right? But I've dealt with people that are, they don't have two brain cells to rub together, but there's no malice, right? They're just struggling. They don't get it. They use the wrong terms, or there is no really right or wrong terms, but they're just kludging their way through life, right? But then when you're using targeted words that trigger people, and the intent is to trigger people, there is the malice, right? There's the aggression. That shows the intent. And so then that seals your fate, at least wherever I can moderate. So, yeah. Nobody just randomly tells somebody to go make them a sandwich that happens to be a woman. A woman. That's clear where the mindset is, right? Whereas, referring to something as the Chinese virus, that's just silly, but there's not inherent malice behind it. Unless you say, you're Chinese, therefore you are the virus, then you're both stupid and most likely malicious. But maybe just stupid. I don't know. Anyways, long story short, problems behind us now, never to be bothered again. Ta-da. Yep. Yeah. See ya, Tom. Yep. Problem solved. You don't make money. And that's true. Excedra's right on that one. People with that kind of mentality and that kind of thing are clearly not money makers. You don't get that uneducated and have money. I mean, you could be filthy rich and be naive to the world, but you won't be rich for long, and you're definitely not earning your money. Yeah. Now, so for this stock, so before that all kind of came to be, now that that's over, something has made us deviate from the Dow. So we should be going up, and we are going sideways to down. And I need to figure out why. So I'm going to go googly and see what's going on. Fin, Tel, AMC. See what's going on. Oof. Boof, boof, boof. So right now, 20% of all the shares are currently being shorted. Jeez, that's pretty high. Uh, let's take a look at the short interest. So we have 500,000 short shares availability as of yesterday closing. Or is this UTC? This is UTC. So 37 minutes ago, there was 500,000 short shares available. So that's small, but that's a decent amount. The borrow fee is 17.26. And where is the ratio? Oh, here it is. Okay, so yesterday we had 8 million short volume with 40 million total volume, making it a 20% ratio. Damn. And then the day before it was 18, 19, 28, 21, 24, 29. Yeah, one day we had 8 million in short volume with only 26 in total volume. So that's pretty high, at least for that. But that's not too bad. I mean, that's basically saying for every, or sorry, that's not 20%. Sorry, my brain. That's for every 1 million, you're getting. Nope, I can't do math today. I thought my brain was working. Let me bust out the calculator. Sorry. 39 divided by 8. Okay, yeah. So for every, it is 20%. Yeah. So for every 1 share of short, 5 shares of regular. So a fifth of everything you see here is short volume. So, and today is a pretty slow day. We're at 23 million. So, and short volume increases negativity. So if the shorts are heavy, you'll see stuff like this, right? But usually they're triggered by something, and that's what I'm looking for right now. I'm just reading through and the fails to deliver doesn't matter. Put to call ratio is still 1 to 5. So people are hoping it's going up. Okay. News. Yeah, I'll check the chat in a second in case there's something I need to look at. Where is, oh, filings, here we are. See if there's some new filings that came out. Okay, nope, just yesterday's filings. There's a company called Terra Firma Holdings is invested in AMC. Terra Firma, Earth. Oh man, these corporation names are ridiculous. So yeah, it looks like nothing's new. So don't know what's going on. Oh, I guess we'll find out soon. It'll show up in the I'll check Google News. Yep. AMC the Motley Fool. Why AMC Entertainment stock was down Wednesday. The follow-up article with why is AMC Entertainment stock down Tuesday, which was yesterday's fucking post. Okay, so they're just talking about yesterday's downwards. They basically, if it's up or down, they just change the title, and it's the same article. Nothing good, nothing good.
Yeah, so they're still going on about the first quarter sales being different, but we already knew that. And actually, going into like the pandemic, we were floating with about $200 million, and then we were having declining revenue as a company. We being the company, we had declining revenue, but we were positive. As soon as the pandemic hit, we went into the heavy millions negative. So now we're going to get a positive cash flow again. So that's awesome. So they're trying to write it off as, oh, wow, you went down from $1 billion when everything was open and everything was going millhouse. Well, no shit, right? So, yeah. Because this is basically this time last year is pandemic, right? So, and every single quarter going on from now will be better and better than the last year's quarter because it'll be the pandemic when we had everything on 100% lockdown, right? So, yeah, this is all just dumb articles. Oh, Jim Cramer does a meme stock update. Wow, he's farming for hits. Is this the one where he has the breakdown? I hope I don't turn into Kramer. I don't mind Kramer, and he's not quite wrong, but yeah, he's been doing this for a while. Damn. All right, so Kramer has a chat about AMC. All right, neat. Yeah, nope. So I don't see anything. So a quick news scan, nothing. Unless maybe a Wall Street bet post. But the volume doesn't show. Fuck, what is it called? A huge sentiment change, right? So if there was a change in who's playing and who's whatever, right, you'd have a change in volume. The only thing that's changed is that the buyers basically mysteriously just stopped and the sellers started to ramp up in strength. So that leads me to believe that something did happen. It's just not world changing. So I don't know. One of you might find it eventually. It's not critical, but I think we got hit by something. Ugh, damn it. We had a good run there. Yeah, Kramer might be on cocaine all the time. The poor guy. Don't get yourself dinged. You're gonna have to pay commission, so 50. 50 what? The 50-day average? Or are you talking about the 50 on the Fib retrace, Mr. Culture? Percent. And what are you measuring it against? Today's low? Let's take a look. Yeah, okay. Let me take a look. Okay. So, what do I want to do? I want to mute this. I want to crunch this. Where's today's low? So that's our today's low. So yeah, you could do a fib retrace, right? So basically this is a micro version of the big guy that we're in here, right? So anytime you have a top and a bottom, you can use this thing. And so what it's going to tell you is it doesn't want to be here, so it's going to try to go up. And there's a support line right here, so that's going to work in our favor. So it's trending down, and it probably wants to go down. So we're going to see a lot of red flats, like kind of like this, if we don't just magically break through this line. But it's going to basically get repelled, down, and then it'll break through. Unless this gives us a little bit of push, we get some green, and then ramp up we go. With these guys being support lines. Not the strongest, but you can see they're playing out, right? And actually, let me lower this down. It's hard to see that guy. There you go. So, but this would be useful if you were gonna maybe, you know, buy and then you would sell on one of these lines, because that would be a turnaround point. But it's hard because this line here is supporting us, but we don't know we can trust it. And it looks like we're getting the volume to push away now. So you could probably do a buy and sell here or here whenever we clear this shithole. But yeah, I mean, that's useful. I draw those in my head without even thinking. And that helps me to see, like, if you're here and we're going down, that tells me where it's likely to stop. If it doesn't stop here, then it should stop here. If it doesn't stop there, it's here or there. But support lines, which have already been drawn, will take precedence. Well, no, it's a tool, right? There's no silliness to it. It's just a tool. Whoa! Holy fuck! What was that? uh, that is 43K. Yeah, see how it got rid of all the volume? Wow, someone just dumped, I think, all the shares they bought yesterday. Holy shit. That was a lot. Anyways, yeah, so retracements aren't useless. They just tell you something. So if you need to know just how far is it going to go, then this is useful, right? So if we actually do this and we do this, we'll probably find that it's stopped. Yeah, it stopped on a line, which in this case is the bottom support line. So that doesn't really count because that's basically this. It touched this and bounced, which means it's very close, and that may not be its final form. It may blow through. Yeah. But that was a lot of volume, so much so that, but there's no, that's weird. So somebody basically just dumped their account, right? Driving down the price, and there's no follow up. So no one gave a shit about the stock early. Somebody gave a shit to sell, and then nobody gives a shit to buy or sell afterwards. So I guess somebody lost patience here. But that's a lot of shares. Because it showed up as 47 or 43 on my screen, which probably means it's in the millions. Oof. Oof. It's a lot of shares. Here's the fib retracement. So we could use the fib retracement and, see how far we might go up. But technically, on every single time you have an up and a down, this is valid. You could draw this every single time. But after you do it, like 10 times, you should be able to draw these in your head. But these numbers are very important. The halves and all that sort of stuff, super important. I don't know why they play out, but they fucking play out. They are quite useful. So like here, you're going to see it's going to probably pause on each of these lines as it goes up. And if it doesn't pause, it's because we had extremely high volume. Yeah. Just really fucking weird how this works, but it does. Who am I to question it? Right. So like there, it went up to the blue, then it got kicked down and went to the gray. Started at the gray, now it's at the blue. Then it's going to pause, then it's going to try to push to the green. See? Then it's going to pause, and now it's going to push to the other green. Or we'll get a sudden spike of volume and we'll blow through two greens and stop at the red. Again, why do these lines magically exist? I don't fucking know. I really don't. It's just magic. You don't question magic. So here it's halfway, so it's probably going to try to go all the way down or all the way back. So that was at the last minute, but it did actually go all the way back. We just ended a second before it did, so it actually started here. Because it doesn't want to be in between these, which is weird, but that's how it is. So this one will either get really big, go flat, or grow. It shouldn't stay here if we're keeping with good volume. Yeah. See? So weird. So anyways, that's just a fib retracement. And that's kind of what the Gantt box does. But the Gantt box also has a time element to it. I just like the box because the writing's up top and the sides. So I don't have to worry about the placement. Whereas when you use a fib retracement, oops, your numbers are here and they're always in the friggin' way. So, and then this is not that useful. Like, if I do that, unless maybe I do this. Oh, I could do that. That might be. Anyways, so same poop, different bum. What else is there here? There's someone doing drilling outside of my house. That's great. So we could use a fib fan here. So this one's kind of cool. So when we have a trend line, although this might be a little early to call it a trend line, this shows basically where it wants to go. And then it might deviate into these, but it'll generally come back. And so this allows you to visualize the deviation from the trend. So then when it gets farther away, it's allowed to deviate more as time goes by. And then when it starts to get into this territory, that's when you pay attention because that's basically it's curving and then it falls, right? So this one, I don't know if that's what you're supposed to use it for, but that's what I use it for. It allows you to quickly track a channel. Yeah. So like here, we went in, it's trying to get back to its middle point. But if we don't manage to get back to the middle point, now we're sitting in the dark green teal. So now we're back on, let's leave this up since it seems like it's going to run a channel. So, and actually let's tighten this up so that So as it goes down, its likelihood of going back is higher. If it stays in one of these, then its likelihood of going up or down is equal. But it's always wanting to go to the middle. But if it's nowhere near the middle, like it starts here, it's outside of the gravitational pull, if you will. You could think of it that way, like lines of gravity. Once it's in the blue, then it's on its own, and you just hope that it comes back. But you're on your own. Same thing if it goes straight up here, right? It's irrational, and it will probably come back because that's where it wants to go, but it may zigzag and do its own thing. So downwards is just the same. Oh, blender boobs. That's the worst. That's the money rainbow. Yep. Yeah, it all started here. And then money rainbow. It's the money rainbow. The more you know, money rainbow. There you go, Daryl. You're on the ball with the cool stuff. Okay, just gonna get rid of that, and I'll put it back. I just want to kind of clear the screen. And yes, all the support lines are gone, but we're pretty low in the day. I highly doubt we're gonna go. Oh, here it is. We're gonna go crazy. All right. AMC in the sky. Yeah. Nice. I like it. That's going to be the theme song for this channel. AMC in the sky. My shares can go twice as high. It's in a book. If I could only read. It's reading yum 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 crayons. Yeah. And I'll pay I'll see if LeBurton is on Cameo, and I'll get him to do a cameo. Hey there, AMC fans. Have you had your crayons today? His non-Star Trek. I'll get him to redo his Reading Rainbow. Yep. Look, it's an order book. You don't need to read. Yep. That's it. Ooh, I can tell someone's British. The improvise, adapt, and overcome. That's U.S. Marine Corps, but improvise is how the British say it. The Americans, my name would say adapt and overcome. Yeah, adapt. Do they say improvise? They use a different word. Anticipate? No. Shit. They have a three. They just went to adapt and overcome, but they have a different way of saying it. No, no, I know. I know the background, but or maybe the U.S. says improvise and then the British say something different. No, I think it's the British that say improvise because that's what like Bear Grylls. He says improvise, and I'm like, wait. But then the military says, one second, I'll find it. It's funny you bring that up because it's like, hey, I know this one. Yeah, incoming piss drink. No, no, it's all good. Um, adapt, overcome, improvise meme. Wow, there's a meme. And what is it? Bear Grylls? Yeah. When you tell 46 people to follow your new account on your story, but only 6 follow, improvise, adapt, overcome. When you run out of toilet paper, so you ask your neighbor for some. Oh, Bear Grylls. Here you go. But yeah, let me find the original one. When your art career fails, so you decide to invade Poland instead. Ooh, that's a good one. That was good. One man's garbage is another person's good ungarbage. Yep, that's. Oh, my microphone died for a second there. Uh, well, it's good to see the stocks trending in the right direction. Modern problems require modern solutions. Okay, so the Marine slogan is improvise, adapt, and overcome. Okay. Improvise. It's an unofficial slogan among the Marines, made popular by Clint, and I presume that's Eastwood. Or Clint. Yeah, Clint Eastwood as Gunny Highway says, adapt, overcome, and improvise. Words to live by for the supply chain in the movie Heartbreak Ridge. Improvise, adapt, and overcome. Yep. And the adapt and overcome is a classic Marine thing. But I thought there was a different way of saying improvise. So let's see if I just search for adapt and overcome. Because somebody says it weird. Yeah. Maybe it's improve. Maybe it's people say improve. Adapt, no, adapt, overcome, and improve. Yeah, I think that's it. It's probably improve. And I'm just like, what the fuck's wrong? Yeah. Because that's what you do in business, right? You adapt, you overcome the problem, and then you improve the process, right? And that's probably what I'm thinking about now that I think about it. Okay, so you got the right one. But yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking about. Because I'm like, no, no. It's adapt and overcome. Screw calm. Adapt and overcome. Yeah. Shit goes sideways, you adapt and you overcome it. You're gonna die? Well, overcome death. Fuck that. Yeah. Be a space marine. The only reason you die is because you finally give up. Just nope, nope, not dying. Sorry. Sorry, can't do it. BRB. Instructions unclear. Yeah. Ah, good stuff. This one's one of my favorite inspirational phrases. If you ever get a chance to do that, I recommend it. Just hide the toilet paper and leave that with, you know, an old one. It's not the strongest that survive, nor the most intelligent, but those that are most responsive to change. That is true. But of course, if you're too stupid, you wouldn't be smart enough to change. But that idea, that fake idea, presumes that you're the most adaptable, which inherently, when you boil it down, would give you the intelligence or give you the strength by default, right? Because if you had neither of those, there's no way for you to even adapt. or respond to change. You just get rolled over by it, right? Yeah. At least we're going up. So what are we at? 10:30? Fuck, we're still sitting in the weeds. And 10 minutes to 2, 2 hours to go. Yeah, we might end up at 11. Poop, 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 poop. I think the next major roadblock is what, 53? It's our next line of scrimmage. At least you won't be late for work today, my name. Do 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 do. Yeah, that's definitely gonna have to be the theme song for this channel. Rainbow. And I'll just have a Gant fan. And uh hold on. Where's the star emoji? Oh, come on. I see it right there. So we'll do or actually no. We'll do, and by emoji I say icon. We do a Kirby star. But then stick a lemon in there. And then we stick these two together. Can we group them? Yep, group. Okay. Lock. Excellent. Can I drag them now? Nope. Unlock. Okay. Give me the group. So then it'd be like, na 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 na, and it's just, or do it like a really bad flash animation. So it's like they did the tweening really wrong. It's the money rainbow. And then when there's a sing along, you can be like, and it's in a book. Uh, too much fun on a very slow day. At least we're going up, up, up. That ring of fire. Dun, dun, dun. How's Mivis doing? Mivis is recovering. Do, 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 do. I was only rich for a bitch. Now it's gone up. So that one's really basically running a channel too, basically between the red. So it's going to end up either crashing or going neutral. Dow is slowing down. Cruise lines are not having it. EENF is not having it either. They popped up on the 27th. How much was that? 43% pop up. Wow. They're going to probably burn it all away again. Yeah, I really got to get in. Got to get my money in EENF. But it's an OTC, so my stupid brokerage won't let me trade it. So they hit the bottom, and their earnings were -10. That's an estimate, so that's probably end of day today. So I think I have a long short sell on that one. Let me just check my paper trading. Nope, I don't have one.
So my AMC that was in the hundreds of thousands is now back to 10, since we're only 10 cents away. The Viacom was bad. Roblox, this was green about a week ago. Now it's super red. And XL, this one I just shot in the dark. What is XL again? XL Fleet Corp. Electrical components. And I bet that it was going to be 5, and now it is 6. Okay. Let's go back. Wow, I definitely just bought that baby. When did I buy it? History? I bought that on... when? Doesn't say. Well, it would have to have been... Oh, actually, no, it doesn't have to be there. There should be a little arrow. Yeah, it would have had to be here. Wouldn't have bought that far out, yeah. Yeah, it must have been here. So yeah, we're just a bump in a road on this one. So it'll curve back, level out. Geez, so I just bought at the absolute bottom. Wow. Okay, well that's a bad one. That was a bad trade. But yeah, I just took a shot in the dark. It was a high volume stock that day. It's paper money, doesn't matter that much. Do, do. Okay. So there was a little bit of a hiccup here. Let's fill the whole screen with the money rainbow. Ah, so nice. Much money. Many wow. Oh, we're keeping a good solid stream today. That's good. I think the new YouTube title is good. We're attracting the right people, minus whoever that guy was earlier. Ah, you're on vacation day. Good, we get you for the whole day. I don't have to worry about making sure you go to work. As your addiction counselor, I have to make sure you go to work. Well, we have a couple of new faces here that are in the chat, but only one needed a permanent timeout. The rest of them kind of figured good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I understand the love for stocks. I even bought like a smartwatch just so I could follow stocks while I'm at work. Because you have all these alerts set up, so it lets you know when it moves, and then you got to go watch it for half an hour. And oh, I know it. I'm just on medical leave, so I'm just sitting here. I guess the same as you guys are doing, most of you are doing. And you're either working right now or you're just staring at the screen with me. As sad as that sounds, but yeah, it's entertaining, and your money's on the line. You're getting richer every time it goes up. It's good. It's good fun. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Good call, backstop. Good call. Yeah. I thought you were referring to the other people that chimed in. But yeah, you're right, Matt. Forgot about him. He might be laying low now, but yeah, whatever. I'm not a draconian warlord here, right? If you're gonna start punching everybody in the room, what am I gonna do? Just sit here and watch? Like, tone it down a little. Jesus. So still moderately low volume, aside from that huge sell-off. But it's good. The market has basically, whoever did that giant sell-off just got told off by the market that they were stupid. I don't know why people do that. Like, they fucking bomb the market
at the wrong time, and then the market just comes by and says you're an idiot. Like, what a waste of money. Because he sold probably at a loss, and then as he's selling, he's losing more money. And by he, figurable he, right? It could have been a lady or a robot, but there's some human pulled the trigger, and that doesn't make any sense. Unless maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way. Maybe because Friday's coming up, maybe that was like a ultra large option that had to be covered or something, right? Is there a case where options would make you have to sell to the market? There must be. So you'd have to sell off your position. Oh yeah, to raise cash. That could be a case. Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe, another stock is going under and they had to get out at AMC at a weird time. Yeah. Generally, though, big money is smart. Uh, they don't stay big money if they're not smart, right? But you're right. Just because you're a millionaire doesn't mean you're smart. But the probability is much higher than somebody that has $10 and struggles to feed themselves. So, yeah, yeah. The cell doors just opened up at Arkham. Yeah, we're generally good for not having questionable folk come in. It's going to get worse as this channel gets popular, but as long as we don't grow too quickly, it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, and it could be backstop. Could be. My guess, although it seems kind of dumb, is we had that 90,000. Well, it's more than 90,000. We had that huge splash yesterday, right? So on my screen, it was 90K, and this sell here was a 40K. But he bought, or the machine bought at what looked like 11, but maybe he got it at 1050 or something, right? So maybe they're closing their position, waiting for better times ahead. But then why close now and not earlier? And that makes no friggin' sense, right? But you might be right. Maybe maybe that guy went on vacation or something. The weird ass guy that was moving millions around. Like, just weirdest, dumbest, stupidest trades, right? They're all over the friggin' place. They don't make any sense. He picks the worst times to sell. Like, not even good timing. Like, timing was horrible. Yeah. Yeah. Let's blame it on that person. If it's anybody, it's probably that person. Or whatever that was, right? Or is, I should say. I doubt it's dead. So maybe it's a robot. Maybe it's a millionaire that doesn't, wants to throw his meme money around. I mean, that's a possibility. You could have some, let's say, rich Chinese kid. He's like 15 and he's just going to town, right? Or a rich any culture kid, but generally young rich people. It's not America anymore. That title has moved on to China uh, or Southeast Asia. You got extremely rich and extremely young. America's old money now. So, yeah, I don't know. You know, could be that. It could be anything, really. Someone's Lambo didn't come in the color they wanted, so they sold AMC. They're all angry. I don't know. But whoever it is has to have a lot of money because that was like millions of dollars going in and out of the market. So it's not somebody that's paying their mortgage. It's somebody with like $1, 2, 3 million kind of deal. So that and and then it's erratic, so it's not an institutional, right? So it's got to be a rich retail investor or maybe a rogue robot. but then it wouldn't have continued for more than a day because they would have saw that the robot's doing dumb things and destroyed it. So, or even minutes and hours, right? You have robots watch robots. If the robot does weird things, the other robot tells on them. Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know. Just spitballing here, just trying to mill the idea. So we're still okay as long as we stay out of the dark green. We're okay. So it's going to try to go back to the orange, hopefully. Just channel the inner power of Bernie Sanders. Oh, yeah. Oh, Werejear's here. Yes. There's quite the temporary drama a couple hours ago. Yeah. I look away for the chat for a few minutes and it all goes to hell. Oh. Fuck. We need to stay out of the teal. Up. Up, you piece of crap. Uh, let's see how the rest of them are doing. Oh, fuck. As I click on the Dow, wait for it, and we're in the teal. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. So we're teetering on going into the teal. And of course, with that sealed our fate. Son of a bitch. But yeah, when we're low volume, we're basically at the mercy of the Dow. We'll go where it goes. So we need either more volume or a better Dow. GME is so GME didn't finish the U shape and they're curving really badly. Badly as in just erratic, not not standard, normal, or cleanly. Not bad as in negative. Poorly executed. There, that's a better term. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hello, Stacy. Welcome back. It's the ghost of Christmas future, also known as Stacy. Yeah, we had a nice conversation about the legal justice system, and then I executed swift justice. Yeah, it was great. You have to have a guilty mind and a guilty action. So being racist is a guilty action, but without a guilty mind, you're just a stupid person. And thus, no crime is committed because you're too retarded to realize you are a criminal. Yep. Of course, that doesn't hold up in all cases in the legal system, but that's the basis of it all. My arms are pretty long, but it's not the size of the arms, right? It's how you use them. uh, well, one way to stop quarantine is just put them in a bubble. Just roll them out the door, and wherever they go, let the wind take them. There you go. Parenting 101. Next. Next problem. What can I solve? uh, See you in a bit, backstop. Oh boy. You guys don't have the option to do homeschooling there? So here they immediately told everyone to stay home, no school. Then all the school went to online schooling. Then all the online schooling became optional and the kids were supposed to go back to school. Then that was a bad idea. Everyone knew that. So now it's up to you if you want to go to school and roll the dice or stay home. And it's like, because I think the pressure to put people back in school is for the working poor or both parents working sort of deal, right? Um, so they needed either the mental break because you're working at home now, or you needed it as because you don't have a babysitter, right? And I think that was the push here, at least here in Ontario, in Canada. Ontario being a state, if you will, for all those Americans that may struggle with geography. So, or anyone that might struggle with geography, but the Americans are really bad with it. Don't tell them. So yeah. Anyways, so yeah, no online learning. You figured you could just tie them down and you know put a plastic bag over their head or something, like quarantine them in some plastic wrap. Food comes through a straw. Eat your blended ham sandwich, Timmy. But I don't want to. Oh, you're not getting the oxygen. Okay. There you go, Timmy. Oof. Those exposures, eh? Yeah, we had a guy that used to expose people on the bus. Wasn't COVID, mind you. Ah, frig, we're going sideways. So we're going to teeter into the blue, and then it's going to get harder and harder to get back to the orange. Oh, come on. Oh, we'll forget about these days as soon as we have our first 15 plus 15. Yeah, those are good days. But you can still make money on days like this, right? Like you could have easily made money here. So you could have made 2% today, right? 2% of $100,000 is 20,000. Yeah. So there's $20,000 a car, right? So even though we're down 5% today, you could have walked away with 20 grand, right? So red days aren't always bad. It's just bad because all of us want to go to 14 to get our goddamn money back. Uh, so far away. Uh, uh, I'm gonna end up like getting rich, making all my money back, and then I'll just average down so much. But by the time we get to 14, it won't matter anymore. I'll just keep averaging down. I'm gonna have like 10,000 shares. Just be like, suck it, 14. Ah. Oh wait, don't yell that out loud. If the FBI's listening, um, ooh, I'm talking about stocks. Oh, geez, that was close. Honestly, she said she was 18. That's Quagmire. Uh, good times. So we might get an S shape here. We're just riding the money rainbow. But it really does help to visualize channels. So if you look at this way, the chart's not left to right, but the chart is this way. And we're looking at deviance, which is this way, left or right, which is basically diagonal down 45 and diagonal up 45, right?
So, but then that helps you visualize that if this green line keeps doing like this green line, right? So it keeps going this way, you know you're just pushed over and you're essentially going in the channel. So then there's a good chance you might just come back. Obviously, you can't go left. So you can be pushed to the right, but you can't be pushed to the left. So we basically can only zigzag our way there or go straight there, basically. But yeah, you can't make a box. That's not possible. Oh, the lemon star, I deleted it, but I can put it back. Da-na-da-na. Na, 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 na. Da-na-na. Da-da-na-na. Let's use some actual design skills here. Kind of want a ghosty effect. Okay, cheat. Oh, it's not going to let me. Trying to give it a drop shadow. No. So it lets me have a mega drop. Oh, there it is. I got it. Okay, you can have a small drop shadow. There you go. Lemon star. Oh, that's what I should do. I should get an auto tune to do the title. Okay, looks like I'm gonna go make friends with modern Adobe Flash. Make us a title card. I'll load up the AMC. I'll consult with Daryl. We'll get this done. We'll load up the script, and we'll just take the auto tune to like the max, so it's like wow 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 on everything. Great. GME, you are neutral. Dow is holding. S&P is uh, thinking about it. I'd say neutral high. Yeah. So neutral high. Yeah. Still up. Yeah. Getting better at remembering these numbers. That's good. Yeah, because I knew 040 meant we're up here. 41, I guess, gets us here. So we are inflecting up. We had a little dull period for the last 40 minutes. So is that going to all turn into magic money rainbow? We're seeing volume. No motion, though. I wonder if that tool, where did he sell? Right there. Wonder if he's going to buy back in. Like, what a fuck up. It's going sideways, so he just nukes it. And then within 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, he's losing potential money at that point. It's like, it only took 8 minutes to show that you were wrong. And why sell there? Could sell here, or here, or here. Would make more sense. Here, I would sell. Get the hell out if it got below there. Because then that means that support line is failed, right? Or sell here if you wanted to get out. But yeah, what a weird time to just drop a deuce. Such a big one too. It's going to require, chopping up, get that down the drain. All right. So it looks like that channel might be over. Might have spoke too soon. If we got a good sized green, which we just had for half a second there, that would put us back on track for at least going inside the green, staying within the green channel, which means we're going the same approximate direction as the orange. So we're still heading the same direction, but we got pushed over 3 channels, basically, if you want to think of it that way. But it disappeared, and now we're touching the blue. And the volume has ramped up. So there's the green we need. It didn't last. And now it's back. All right, I'm going to have to zoom in since there's a bit of a struggle going on here. Let's look at the DOM. Usually when it goes into slow mode, fight mode, it's low volume or huge volume. Yeah. Yeah, we might be completing a micro U shape here. Yeah. I'm still looking at it based on the channels. I guess it's a good time to get snuggly on the couch. Okay. Yeah, because see excuse me, the DOM there. See how rapid we're going. So we have, like we were at 400 and 200. Then the other side goes to $1,000. Then we were $2,000. It's not steady. It's very volatile, both sides. Normally, you just see constant, steady, one direction. But you don't usually see huge counterattacks. Like, it's just steady resistance. Once in a while, an odd burst. But, I mean, the volume's getting good. Well, better. Still not great. These are thousands and 900s, but it's a much better than it was for the last almost hour. What time is it? 12 or 2:15. Oh, maybe we'll go for the lemon star. Can you reach the lemon star, Mr. Green?
Interesting. Pretty evenly matched here. Which leads me to believe we're just drifting. So the Dow is still climbing. So when we're just drifting, the Dow, when it goes green, we basically add more to this number. We get a, whoa. Damn, what happened there? I looked away for a second. Okay, that volume is low. So I'm guessing what happened there, that was huge. Well, relatively huge, is that there was no sellers in between here. So the buyers dumped. So if we would have saw the DOM, what it would have been is these guys would have been like 100, and it would just go eat, 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 and then the market order flies us up. All right, I dare not look away for another second, but I'm gonna have to because I gotta check on. Ooh, we're gapping up. Okay, let me quickly look. Okay. Ooh, we're flying. Okay, this is all us. Nice. It's heading to the Lemon Star. Move aside, Lemon Doff. So it's going to try to head back to the orange if all goes well. If the red doesn't give us a big resistance. Um, oh, yeah, that would probably do it, Liam. Yeah, pandemic news is our kryptonite. Yeah. Anything that says the pandemic will go on further is shit on us. But it looks like we're recovering at the end of the day, but that would make sense. When did that news get released? Do you know when that news broke? Maybe I should just stop searching for AMC and just start searching for coronavirus. And as the news ramps up, that's probably what the people are looking at. Time to open a portal to the 11 realm. Yeah, spawn out some demons. I have a funny feeling we're gonna crash. My spidey sense is telling me that. So I don't want to open up a portal and just have it go red. Although we did just have that, so we're pretty much, unless somebody has another couple million to sell, we're probably done for the day for crazy sell-off people. But we are treading into the blue. We really got to get out of this green. 11, eh? Our problem started at 9:45, and then we took a nosedive around 11:30. to which we recovered after 12. Yeah, so yeah, we didn't even come out of the dip. So yeah, it looks like this news was known um, really early in the morning. So somewhere around 9:50, but that could have been when the news broke on the World Health Organization. And then that's the smart money reducing their position. Then as the rest of us figure it out, and then retail investors figure it out or whatever, the or the people that think they're smart money but they're just slow figure it out. That could be it. Yeah, I bet you it probably is. Because yeah, we were doing good and then it was like something happened and I'm like, okay, it's the dip, but then we didn't come out of it. And it's like, what? Okay, maybe it's because we're doing the curve. Okay. But then all of a sudden it's like, negativity increases and then it's like it's not getting better, everything's getting worse, and it's like, yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. And that would also explain like the Dow, right? So they are, where are they? Yeah, so they started, they gapped up, then the news was broke, right? So they plummeted because the smart money knew what's going on. And then at 10 o'clock, they kind of said, it's not as bad as we think it is. And then they kind of hesitated, but they're like, nope, we're going down some more. And now we have the recovery. Yeah. Because if the news broke at 11, that's here. We would have saw the crash. If it's 11:50, that makes sense, but I would expect a bigger crash. Yeah. I don't know. That's a good guess. Yeah. No riffraff. We're good here. We were just milling ideas as to why we're seeing a depression. And I'm thinking, yeah, COVID news. As soon as COVID's over, the stock is gonna fucking fly. So it's a good time to just keep piling on the shares. But of course, you want to get the best price for your shares, right? But uh, really, I just want this stock to moon so I can go around and give the finger to everyone that's told me how bad AMC is. Just like, I know you're wrong. I have the experience to tell you you're wrong, but the stock's not doing good enough. So you can tell me I'm wrong, and I can't really tell you to shove off. But when I pull up in that Cybertruck, I'll just have a big middle finger out the window. Oh no, no, you can't touch it, see it, breathe on it. Fuck you. I can't wait. It might take a while for us to moon, but still, even if you get 3 times your money by December, are you really going to be, you know, crying? It's like, who cares, right? Now, if I could only get my inheritance early, that would be great. And I can gamble it all away. Yeah, as long as we moon after my option contracts, yeah. Uh, well, after Friday, you're on your own, Jer. I agree with you. Stay under 14 till Friday. But after this Friday, you're on your own. I love how we're just following this line almost perfectly. Damn. Come on. Go get the star. Get the, know what it is in French. Go get it. Yep. Oh, fuck me. Oh, gonna give it the roundhouse kick. Yeah, see, these numbers are big. So even though we're pushing back, there's huge, like, limit cells here. Well, relatively huge limit cells. We need this number to, like, stay 1.5, 1.8, and we'll just plow through them all. Good star hunting. Good times. All right. I'm going to close this, but essentially it's right here. Down here. Do, 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 do. There, we'll get some sandbag lemons, supporting that price. There we go. Look at that. Power of citrus. Now we'll take a look at who's been naughty or nice today. Ooh, Ford is a volume leader now at negative 8%. What's the market cap on Ford? They don't move more than like a millimeter each day. Holy Christ. So that's 8% of a $45 billion company. Oh, it's a lot of money. And that's why they don't move so much, right? Because we're a $5 billion company or a $3 billion company. So it takes so much motion to move. So the volume must be nuts. What's the share price? Oh, the volume ain't that bad. So it's only 178 million. Although I guess the day's not done. So I guess that is pretty bad. So most of that volume must have been just pure negative. Like no real fighting going on. They basically opened and tanked. And then they came back about 30%. Either way, not a good time for Ford. All right, Nokia. Or is this Nokia? Knock? Yeah, it's Nokia. Where's the volume? Oof. 141 million volume as well. Average volume is normally 39. And theirs was the same thing. They opened up, went up a bit, and then bottomed out, came back. But they've been trading almost near their 52-week low. All those Wall Street bet people. Nokia's going to turn it around. Yep. Yep, it's turning it around all right. Hey. Are we up here? We shouldn't be up here. Yeah, we're not up there. Okay, what's the lowest volume today? Lowest volume is 28.76 million. And we're pretty close to that. Oops. 27. Yeah, we can make the list. We still got time. Wait, 27. Wasn't the other one 26? Oh, oh. 28. Okay. We still got 1 million to go. If we can get a million, We're going to make the list. We'll make the cut. We live on that volume list. Oof, there's some big blood reds today. 60, 44, negative 23. Smallest one is negative 12. Is that Oculus? Ocular. Okay. I was going to say I didn't think Oculus was its own company. Facebook ate them. So the best 38, 28, 24. So it's been a pretty piss all day market. What's Microsoft doing? Microsoft is right here. I just saw you. There you go. So Microsoft's negative 2. Just going to quickly look at that. How much is its market cap? Its market cap is 1.8 trillion. Basically 1.9 trillion. Holy shit. And they lost 1.2% of that? Yikes. A bad day for Microsoft. Oof, somebody. Stock is the Wild West. What the hell's going on? Like someone's just buying a bazillion shares and someone's selling a bazillion shares. Very, very erratic. Wowee. Oof, it's not been having a last couple of days, ain't been good. So what's this? This is 5% of $1.9 trillion. Yeah, that's a lot of money. That's more money than any of us will see in our lifetime. That's crazy. All right, so Microsoft is going to have to deal with that. I'm just going to quickly do the math. So if 1% of a million is 10,000, 1% of a billion would be 10 million, and 1% of a trillion would be 10 billion. And then just add the decimals, so it'd be 18 billion and $700 million they lost there. Holy crap. That's a lot of money. And that's 1%, right? If you make that 5%, then times that by 5, so 50 billion, and that's a lot of money. Oof. A lot of money. Yeah, Ford does have a nice dividend. So does GE. So I'll just move these lemons here. And Walmart has a good dividend as well. I know when I last looked, some companies pay like 12, up to 12%. It's crazy. It's not showing GE's dividend. Okay, GE's dividend is 0.3 now. And that's F for a year. So that's pretty bad. What does Apple pay? 0.61. That's not bad. It's not showing Ford's. Yeah. All right, let's flip back if GME is going up. Yep, GME's surging. AMC is not having it. We're doing the opposite. And the Dow's going up. S&P's going up, Nasdaq's going up, and we're doing what? What in the butt? Come on. The world's aligning. Go up. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like, well, this ain't really going up, but yeah, it looks like everything's starting to turn around. See, it's all green, green, green. GME is starting to really gas it. So they completed their U shape and then they gassed it. So now they're going to start to roll. Or no, they already started to roll. See? Yeah. But that's good. So how about us? Come on, AMC. Get us out of the blue garbage. Go catch your lemon star. Damn. This could be short sellers just piling on. The volume isn't exceptionally high. So it could be people taking on short positions. So unduly negative. Because we should be going up. The combination of these two, we should be flying. We should be in the greens up here. So now GME might be reacting to the pandemic news better because GME is unaffected by the pandemic per se, right? So if that's true, we shouldn't have saw any major dip during today, but they crashed hard. They basically followed the Dow in crash. But see, the Dow, a lot of those companies need no pandemic to recover, but some of them do make money in the pandemic, right? So, whereas the NASDAQ, most of those tech companies need people to be out of the house or, socializing at least, or consuming. So they would get hit pretty hard, but then they have a couple of big guys that probably, like Zoom is probably, on there and all that sort of stuff, right? Yeah, why don't we see the same recovery arm? Holy lame duck. Yeah, we should be way up here by now. But we're just trending in the blue now. Yeah, somebody hates us. Yeah, don't see anything that looks new. Even our so normally we have like a very sharp people finding our video on YouTube sort of thing. But it's now actually starting to go almost flat. I guess the whole market, including people that watch YouTube streams, it's gone pretty dead. Interesting. Come on. Yeah, there's nothing much else we can do except wait. It's not responding to life support. The Dow's just tearing. We're not seeing any of it. Somebody go find some buyers and punch them in the face. Clearly. Damn. Yeah, exactly. Every day can't be a winner. So there's no point dwelling on the negativity because those 30% days are worth it. We're down 5%, which isn't great, but it's not going to kill us. Not bad. Because if we go look at the bigger picture, right, we're just here. Well, actually, I can just remove the drawings. Okay. So we had to roll through now. We're at a 15% loss, but we just came out of a 34% gain, right? So this isn't bad. If we took this and we did a measurement, we'll probably find this is around the 50% mark. So we didn't really pay for this. So having a retraction is normal. And that again is you can use your Fibonacci stuff. So if I do a fib, I do this, right? That's what we're going through. We're right now hovering at this, which is also this and this support line. And this should be a curved handle, which would still apply. This would all apply, but we're getting a straight down for some reason. So this should be the worst of it, where we are, right? But I dare not call that early. And damn, my guessing skills are good. Getting good at this. I can't draw a straight line to save my life, but finding that 50% line, damn, keep surprising myself. Uh, anyways, so that's kind of what we're going through right now. So yeah, we didn't pay for this. This is kind of payment, which might shore up this, right? But we didn't pay for this, especially the gap. So we're kind of paying for that now, which basically makes a large W right here. And then again, the U shapes that you're aware of, right? And all that sort of stuff. So I think, all the technicals aside, everything is saying, this is not territory we want to be in. So we don't want to be here. And we don't apparently want to go this way, which means this is territory we don't want to be in either. And obviously, I guess, this too, because we've passed it, is territory we don't want to be in. Um, so really, we could go straight up and make like an N, right? That could happen right here. Or we're going to get all the many flavors coming up, right? I don't think we're going to go much lower. So it's got to be one of these. And the most likely one is down here. These two. Somewhere in here. So if that's the case, we'll go like this. And then that brings us to, this is the last day of the month. That's tomorrow. Yeah, so that brings us to tomorrow. And then we essentially end up at 12 again. So we undo it tomorrow with a 5% up. Yeah. Oh no, wait, that's 17%. Oh, we can't do that. Yeah, so let's say 5%. So this would take us 2 days. Yeah. So this will be broken up in 2 days, let's say. Like that. So something like that. If it goes any longer, then we'll see a U shape, right? So we're currently right here. So if we level out, we could go into a U shape. And then again, if we don't level out, we don't choose this bottom one, then we can have all of these, right? So, I don't know. I think we're okay. It's unfortunate that we broke this 1091 line and we've kind of collapsed down. And we're going to probably spend all day tomorrow getting up to 1091, then getting over 11, then spend the whole next time trying to get to 12. But as long as we're going this way, everything is good, even if it's slow. So we'll see. Because, yeah, we definitely want to, even though this has set us back a few days, we want to get above here before earnings. Now, apparently this one's fake, but if we're here and something's bad, we do this. And if we're up here, we'll do this. Or, this. So it gives us that protection. Or even if we do go through it, instead of having this long of a line, we have this long of a line because this takes all the energy out of it. So, yeah. Yeah, like look at the volume. We really need our buyers to unfuck themselves. Give us some gas. Where's this? Where's this Wall Street bets? Huh? uh, yeah. But we've had solid volume like the last 2 days. And then we're kind of dead here. I guess that was 3 days ago. But everybody wanted in on the bull run. But that's a good, that's a good indication, right? You can kind of see it here, got pushed over. Then you can see it here, got pushed over. Then here, got pushed over. So it's possible, we can make some form of symbol that's like, oh, wait a second. Yeah, so there's a possibility that we could have another bull run, like tomorrow even. We just need to get the volume. So, or even like today, we could have a bull run. It's pretty much ready for it. You look at this distance. If you take that distance and put it this way, that's right about here. So we're good to go. Like any time now, we can just blast off, right? And every other previous pushovers have been about this big and this big, right? So this one is much bigger. So, yeah. Yeah. Maybe we're just minutes away from a huge takeoff. The volume will tell us. That would be quite the good time. End of the day. So let's, just in case that is accurate, let's take a measurement and find out where we would end up. Yeah, let's just use array. I can just do it simple. Here, here. Now grab the line and put it here. Okay, so where does that get us? So today, end of day, not that far. So we get to 10:57 by end of day. And then by end of month, we're at 11:42. Now that sucks. Well, we'll see how it plays out, I guess. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Yeah, it makes sense. It lines up with my reading rainbow lines, right? What if I adjust this? Okay, fuck this. What if I do this? And I do this. And I do this. Let's see what they look like. So that's the market or the stock trying to tell us where it wants to go. Yeah, see, that one is the end. That one's also the end shape. And this one is this one, which is our reading rainbow line. Eh, eh. Funny how that fucking works out, eh? See? Fucking weird. So basically that reading rainbow line we were following, like right down here on a microscopic level, was this. But we didn't really get that far. That's neat. Neat, neat, neat. But maybe, just maybe, we could pick up one of these lines. That would be awesome. Yeah. Because if I drag this line around, right, you'll probably see it a few times today. So this one is kind of that line. This one's a little bit lower angled. on this one. Oh, so it might be this one. Oh shit. Come here. Okay, here. Might be this one. This one's just a little too low, but it's quite close. Yeah, and then this one is there. So you can see if we keep going back in time, we'll probably find a lot of instances. This one, right? So that's telling you what it wants to do. This one's actually even better than ours. Here, right? So the stock is really trying its hardest. It wants to go up. It wants to do this. But it's just not happening. The sellers are stronger. But as soon as the sellers fuck off, we're gonna do something like this. That's a good sign. That's a good. Actually, it's a very good sign. What you don't want to see is when the sellers are gone. That if this is what we want and the sellers make us do this, that's good. If we do this and then the sellers make us do that, then all we can hope for is this, which is shit. And that's kind of what we had back here when it was all dismal and all that sort of stuff. So all we wanted to do is go sideways, right? Sideways, sideways, sideways. There was a little bit of intention to go up, right? But it was mostly sideways and it was quickly corrected. That's probably not a great example, but here, all sideways, right? So this one's showing the inflection that will later happen here, but it's mostly all sideways. All sideways. But anyways, yeah, interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. But whether or not we are acting on it, so that means we have a pent up, we're going to have explosive growth is essentially what that means. So the second the sellers bugger off and the buyers are having a good day for some reason, we'll fly up. So maybe the end of pandemic or whoa, 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 what the fuck? The fuck was that? What? Wow. The fuck was that? Well, I think one of those at the market things executed. Holy shit. Yeah, that's when a whale makes a splash. It's like that. So I think that's one of those at the market deals executed. But look at how quickly it was crushed down, eh? Those fucking short sellers. Can't let us have a can't let us do a good thing. Yeah, short sellers need to fuck right off. Because there's no way it went up and it sold like that. That's got to be short sellers because the buyers are so strong. It could have probably gone even farther, but it was blowing through all the sellers, right? But you don't have an immediate sell after a huge blow through like that. Yeah, I think that short sellers piling in, right? You shouldn't have this much resistance. Unless this was a support line, 150. It got pretty close to 153. So maybe that's it. It went up and it just hit a paywall that was so big. But then it shouldn't trace it down. It should just push it away from the line. And definitely not that far. But still, holy crap. That puts that one to shame. Look at it, just shrinks. Our our landscape of skyscrapers I can't even see anymore because somebody just built the oh, and it's still going. That's a 93 and a 45. Oh, this might be the catalyst we need. Maybe. Fingers crossed. Oh, it's still going. Damn. Damn. So, all right. So just ignore the fact you can't see the garbage volume. So anytime it gets anywhere close to these guys, that's going to be a lot of volume. So this is 3 million. Sorry, 3,000. This is almost 9. Yeah, it's definitely some Dubai. They're like, I see your Empire State Building and I raise you a middle finger. Oh, don't be selling. Come on, you fuckers. You scalping bastards. Let us have our moment. You already killed half of it. Let's go. Let's go this way. No more sell. Only up. No tears, just dreams. Yeah. Oh. Oh, just what's that? It's a oh no, it's a flying Leonardo DiCaprio and he's heading right for the towers. Oh my god. It's going to be like 9/11 times 100. Yeah, that's like 9,001. Starts doing the math. Ah, Team America. So good. Oh, yes. I'll get the Lemon Brigade to repel borders. Prepare to repel. Hoist the colors. There we go. All right. The Lemon Riot Squad's going to hold the line. Yeah, so when I said yesterday, right, that 47 million is going to really help us out, this is why, right? So even though we're getting shit on, they're still finding buyers and making huge deals. And it looks like the brokers aren't giving a shit, so they're just dumping it to the market, which kind of makes sense because the brokers make more money when it goes up. So there's no interest for them to do it slowly. They want to make as big of a splash as possible so they can just charge their client more, right? Um, so they want to probably get in at the highest price possible, but then the client is probably like, okay, execute it now, or at 3 o'clock today, execute it, because that will be where it's most placid, right? It's probably this one was probably time based, so they executed it 2 minutes before 3 o'clock, which is also common practice. 5 minutes or 3 minutes before an hour. That way, it doesn't get stuck in with the rest of the people that do normal times. So, pro tip: if you're ever trying to time something, always do 2 to 3 minutes before the time you think you want, especially if it's a whole number. Or if you're going up and there's like say 14 is the number to hit, sell at 50 or 95, or not 95, 98, 97. 95 is another whole number, so you would sell at 93, 92. So as soon as it goes up, you bail before these whole numbers trigger people, right? It's like eBay. It's like when you're trying to bid on eBay. It's exactly the same. You snipe them with complicated numbers. Don't use whole numbers. Because, yeah, the monkey's gonna guess. Uh, okay. Well, that was a lot. Shame we didn't get to keep it all. We almost went back to 11 in one shot. But that was a brief moment of exhilaration. We're still riding relatively high on volume, so it definitely woke everyone up. It's yeah. Oh well. No, you didn't miss out much. It was just a there was just a surge, pretty big surge. Yeah, they gotta relocate. The protesters are coming in with fire bottles. This stock's burning. Well, that still got us a little bit out of the shits. Oh man, we've been at this number for a long time. It was almost like, oh yeah, yesterday, the 22nd of April, the battle for 10, and the 21st of April, the battle of 10:30, Hastings. And then before that, the battle of 960, 972, and the Great War at 860. Uh, Lost so many friends there. Uh, so much friends. Wow, look at that volume. Doesn't even register now. Like it just poof, everyone goes down. Jesus. Wonder how that registers on the monthly scale. Okay, so not even. So if we're looking at the 30-minute chart, even though that's a lot of volume, it's not a lot of volume. We had way more volume on the 26th. It's just a lot of volume for today. So it stands out like a sore thumb. Yeah, we had 481,000 in 30 minutes, followed by 561,000. So those are probably my numbers are about times 40. So you're looking at like what, 20 million or so, something ridiculous. So that's a lot. Yeah. And here, and that was our turnaround point, I think. Yeah, that's the day we turn around. Or is it this one? Let me go take a look. Oh, this is 21. Yeah, yeah. This is our turnaround points right here. Yeah. So we actually had a huge burst of volume that we haven't seen in recent history, except for the other surge here. And of course, nothing compares with this. This was like billions of volume. Our daily average was like 1.6 billion shares, which is astronomical. And I remember that day too. Holy fuck. The stock was on fire. Yeah. 320 million. Yeah. So we're doing like 20 million a day. That's 300 million, and this is 500 million, 900 million. Yeah, that's the billion day. It's 1.6 billion, I think, or 1.3. It was something fucking huge. So we're here. So I guess in the grand scheme of things, we're on par with uh, early March, just before our tumble. Hmm. So maybe we're ramping up volume, which is an indication that we're about to take off, which could be why they're buying in. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. This is the power S shape, right? So if that does that, that would be the start of the bull run. And I'm going to claim it's all because of the lemons. Let's see. Yeah, as word gets around that somebody just bought like a billion zillion shares, whatever the hell that was, then we might see increased buying power as retail investors get in. We're still moving in slow mo. The word hasn't got out yet. So we're in power hour for the last 13 minutes. Incidentally, that burst was the start of power hour. So our next push from the retail investors is usually at 15:30. So that will be in 15 minutes or so. Now, if we could just go up before then they'll boost us in an already strong pattern. And then I'll have to scroll and scroll and scroll to keep up, and it will be glorious. We'll finally make it back to 11. One day I'll tell my grandkids, I'll be like, your AMC shares are now worth 10 grand. I remember when they were 11. Shudder. Shudder. Flashback. Uh, I can't wait till these numbers are behind us. Still, nothing is as painful as when we were at 8. 8 was the worst. 5 was pretty bad. But yeah, 8 was just any moment we were teetering on death, and it was like, oh no. My nerves couldn't take it. We might have something. Alright, I'm gonna have to pan this because I can't see the volume. Okay, that's really low. That'd be a 100% loss or 50% loss. But yeah, a lot of us have been in since 5. So 5 to 10 is already 100% returns, which many of us have gotten. I got 60. I'm well over 100% on AMC. My last check, I was at 68%, but I made a couple of 10 and 20% calls, but I wasn't using all my money at that time, so it all comes out in the wash. But I was at 32,000. Now I'm at 60 something thousand in winnings. So I've doubled my money overall. And I managed to recover too from a 32% loss as well. That was fucking painful. So yeah, I went from 30,000 to 60,000 to 42 something. And now I'm back at 60 something. Like, took an arrow to the knee. No, no, you can still get margin called. But when I was talking about margin call, I'm talking about previously when we were talking about the short squeeze. I got margin called when I was short selling because I was in the squeeze and they dinged me because obviously I was getting fucked royally. Negative 70%. That's a margin call right there. They should have called me a long time ago. So I shored up my defenses, if you will, and wrote it out because they give you a grace period. And then I had to sell at like negative 40 ish instead of negative 78 ish. Yeah, that was my earlier conversation. I forget what that is. I think that was Canadian cannabis. Either that or it was Alibaba. Can't remember. But yeah, I got dinged. I don't think Alibaba had a short squeeze. But yeah, I got brutalized on that. Yeah. Ah, dear. So even with all that energy, we're just tapering out. Sad pandas. Well, at least we have some institutional money got locked in at 10.28. So that will basically, that's going to build us a floor, a really strong floor per se. Right. So that's good. So frometh this floor, we can launch good stock. Come on, you can do it. This way, or that way, or this way. I don't care. Just go up. uh, and or just do anything. Hell, I don't care if it crashes. Just do something. I'd prefer if we go up. Oh, it's like watching paint dry. All right. Dow's not helping. So the Dow is going into a pennant. This is a very classic pennant. This one's also interesting because I don't know what this is called, but this is a thing. So it cuts off right here. But essentially you get a wiggle that gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It has a name. And then basically it breaks out. So it stops wiggling and then it goes straight up or straight down. I guess breaks out of the side. I guess it could break out from any of the sides, but if I recall correctly, it usually breaks out on a flat piece. Then you change your brain from this direction, and then we shift the stock to this direction, and then we got a pennant shape, right? Or tighter that. Yeah. I don't know. Smoke signals, kind of what it looks like. So it has a bit of a ways to go down, unless it's a really tight pennant. So there and there, there and there. But this one here, I could adjust further down and not use this guy, but use, say, this guy like that. It's not exactly accurate, but yeah. The top one's pretty good though. You can see it. It's all touching. So, anyways, go, Mr. Dow. Still struggling. Lemons might be holding the line, and it's not doing so good. Mr. Stark. Ahoy, Char Char. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, why am I looking at the DAX? Sorry, DKY. I was like, why does the gold look funny? I want this. Let's see what the US dollar's been doing. Oof. It's been really unhappy. That is like Redsville, USA. It's relatively flat. Yeah. I mean, it's not nothing scary. The the near term is pretty bad. Yeah. On the longer term, as long as they're not breaking new lows. But it looks like the party's over. Go all time here. Yeah. Starting to look like the party's over. But America's gone weaker. 2008 and the other recession. Where's 2018? Right there. Yeah. Yeah, 08, 09, 11. Then it's been powering since the 14th. Or you could say it's going from 08 to 18, 18 to now. Yeah. 95 to 2001. Yeah, that's about right. That's the dot-com bubble. This would have scared the shit out of me. Like that, you didn't even pay for that, right? There's no payment. But we went back to the same levels almost. But see, there's tons of payments, right? This hasn't been paid for. So that's still going to haunt us. But anyways. So the currency is flat. So the overall market is flat. Everything's flat. So don't know what to think. Just everyone is unhappy with life. Or they're thinking about the virus and they don't know what to do. So they're doing nothing. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm just still looking at the macro picture while we sit here. AMC is not doing too bad. But obviously we'd prefer if it did better. We've seen earlier today, I believe, and just now we saw the some whales make a splash, which is good news. Unfortunately, the shorts or sellers in general has quickly piled in to erase the person buying in both cases, which is unfortunate for those who just bought in. But at least there's now millions of dollars of fresh money in the market, which is really what you need. If you want the company to go up, it needs more and more fresh money, or it doesn't gain market capital, or it doesn't gain share price. That is the suck. So I'm hoping that we should have a turnaround really soon. That's a lot of hope. It looks like it really wants to break out, but the volume says it doesn't care. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah. Good song there, Where. Daryl accidentally sets a roof on fire. Oh no. Burning theater. Too soon. Yeah, I agree, Tom. Damn, it's killing me. Like, we're going nowhere. Oh, I know what I can do. Hold on. There you go. I can poke it with the stick. Do a thing. Oh, I hope my options get exercised tomorrow. And then I'll get $14 on a $10 stock. Yay. Wow, you drink a lot of beer, Howard. Holy crap. You need help. Yeah, just I traded some options, made about 10 grand. That should cover beer money. Wait, what? Oh man, this guy needs help. Yeah, it's a support group for stock trading, not your cocaine and or alcohol addiction. Uh, excuse me. One new subscriber from 5 hours ago. I checked my messages. All right. I'm going to quickly use the washroom while this thing is doing nothing, and I'll BRB. I'll just leave this up in case somebody decides to buy a bazillion shares again. And I'll zoom out a little just so that there's room.
All right. Nothing happened. Damn. What I miss on the chat? Resident Evil 3. Oh, 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 some sad red. Oh, yeah. Resident Evil 2 is definitely up there as to um, hmm, games that had a significant impact on my childhood. I never got into the Resident Evils. One, because they're scary, and two, I was young at the time, right? I couldn't stand that isometric. How the hell are you supposed to shoot things when you're like oh my god, it was so fucking hard. So I never really got into it. It's like playing Battletoads. It's fun, but that is one of the hardest games that was ever fucking made. Even as an adult, I can't play it. Yeah, it's all good. That's not a space rocket. That's a stick. But yeah, I know. Resident Evil was rough, especially as a kid. And you're just walking along and fucking zombies are breaking down the door. None of your weapons work on killing them. It's like, oh man, you're shitting bricks. Especially when Nintendo was your only thing. And all of a sudden, here comes Resident Evil. And it's like, oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a documentary. Oh man. Yeah, Blockbuster is great. Really, that's what um, EB Games and yours is GameStop. GameStop should get back into renting games. Yeah, but then they killed that with the serial codes, right? Or that's at least what they were trying to do. But oh man, yeah, renting games was so good. Because sometimes there's a game you just want to play just for a bit, and then it's like, I'm bored of it, and you didn't spend $70, right? Yeah, okay. So EB Games is Canadian version of GameStop. Um, they might be two separate companies because we used to have GameStop here and it got booted out. It didn't last. EB Games is still holding on, surprisingly. That's what I thought exactly. I thought EB Games was just their Canadian attempt, or they bought out Electronic Boutique, right? Yeah, yeah. Neat. I still have an old Sega Genesis here. I have a PlayStation 1 that I got like when I was much older, just to have one. And I got a Genesis SNES and all the old Nintendos except for Famicom. Um, but the hell is it? Still love playing Jurassic Park for Sega Genesis. The game is still good. Yeah. Oh, look at that memory lane we're having here. Good times. Now look at us. Why work for GME when you can peddle the remnants of their dead husk for coin? Cue the opening credits of the new Star Wars as you're rummaging through parts of a fallen Star Destroyer. Jeez. Well, good job, etc. Yep, you got it, Warejar. It just says GME on the top of it, and it's some type of stitched together onesie, some furry bullshit, Pokemon cards, Funkos, and what other things it was when before it died, right? You know, in its glorious days, it was a shining beacon of gaming. Now it's like Blockbuster. It is now a husk of its former self. Yep. Yeah, Zunes were great. Gonna have to move these lemons. Gotta hold the line. Stem the tide. The tides of war. Q Warcraft. Tides of Darkness. Warcraft 2. So good. Excuse me, it's still good if you play it. Those were the days when games were great. Yeah. Spencer's Gifts. I think Spencer's Gifts is owned by a bigger family. It's the same with so I watched I guess I watched a oh, I don't know. Informational video, I guess is the best way to describe it. It was not really a documentary, but it's a long video. Um, so they went over all the stores that were in a mall basically, talking about the rise or the changing of the retail landscape inside malls. So malls in the United States are going extinct. In Canada, they're still flourishing. Now, American corporations tend to want to only do strip malls in Canada. They don't want to move into malls, but malls shine, especially in the winter, because no one wants to be outside, right? Um, so they're very popular here still. But we're not putting up new malls. We're just got existing ones getting stronger, bigger, faster. Um, uh, I don't know if any new malls have gone up. I know some have gone up in maybe the last 10 years in Toronto for sure. They build a mall, basically an indoor shopping concourse between all the condos, right? Which is essentially what Americans would call a mall, a covered walking area, where the Japanese would call a mall a strip mall, basically an outdoor thing. As long as they're together, it's a mall. Ours are fully enclosed, like wall to wall to wall, aircon sort of deal, just like the States for the most part. Anyways, so they were talking about that, now that we covered what a mall is, and they were talking about the one that does Claire's and Justice and a few other things. They got about 5 different stores, and it's owned by this lady. And essentially, all of them are doing horrible, but they never seem to go out of business. So it's whatever it is. But anyways, it was quite interesting because this lady has her fingers in like half. If you look at a retail mall, almost half the stores are owned by the same person. Like it's weird. So it's like you may be able to divide the entire mall up into 3 different companies. Like what is it? Oakley's, Sunglass Hut, and Swatch. No, yeah, Swatch. Maybe Swatch. They're all the same person, I think. Basically, it's a Turkish guy who controls 78% of all the sunglasses and glasses in the world. It's like, holy fuck. Or at least he's the he controls all of that goes to the US and Canada. He may not control China, but yeah. What's the ticker? I don't know. I remember now that we're talking about retail landscape. You can probably look it up if you look up Oakley's. So there's that lady, because that word Grace reminded me of her name, and I can't remember what it is. But the guy that does all the glasses, what he did is Oakley's, nobody cared about them. So he raised Oakley's price like 500%. And then Oakley's became a luxury brand, but realistically, no one cared about them, right? But he just priced them in his portfolio and made them the high brand, right? Now, what was the other one? This came out when the EpiPen guy, raised the price on EpiPens, right? That's part when they talked about all of this. That's probably what 5 years ago. But yeah, the EpiPen guy basically took a really cheap drug, cranked it 4 times the price, and not so cheap anymore. Yeah, yeah. Spencer's is still around here in North America, definitely in Canada, and it looks like the States. It's good. Spencer's is fun, especially with like the modern memes and stuff. They got some good stuff. Still doing good, eh? Oh, Hot Topic is still here. I got one across the street. Yeah, good old Hot Topic. But see, in the States, right? So in Canada, I get like 2 T-shirts for $20. Or no, sorry, $23, $26. I go to the States and they throw like 5 T-shirts at me for $10, and it's like, oh, the land of so much consumption. It's great. Yeah, I think I went to a Spencer's Gifts in Syracuse, and they were just throwing stuff at me, and I was like, and your total cost is like $10, and I'm like, what? I can't even get half a shirt here in Canada. It's like, oh my god, it's so good. Oh yeah, remember the Dragon Ball Hawaiian shirts? Oh my god, that brings back memories. Oh my god. Because at first you're like, why the Hawaiian shirt? And then you're like, oh, but it's Goku. And Goku is about 5 feet tall because it's going from like your knees. It's those oversized shirts, right? And they're made out of that fake silk or real silk. Well, it can't be real silk. It's like silky polyester. Oh my god. I remember that. That was grade 8. So that was like 4 years, 10 years, 5 years. So shit. Um, so if I'm 32, 10, that's 23.
That puts me back to being around 12. So that would be I can't really do the math. Oh, yeah, I can. 12 minus 32. It's 20 years ago. Shit, those Dragon Ball shirts. I remember them. Shit. I always thought they were pretty cool. Like they were cool like 90s cool where you had bleached hair and like beads on your arm or something, you know. It's those like not 10 foot tall or not 10 foot tall, sorry. uh, 2 foot tall, try hard 10-year olds, right? The coolest kid in school had the spikiest, bleachiest hair, and it's like, I don't know where you got your fashion sense from, right? Yeah. Oh man. Oh, and Genco jeans, man, man. Yeah, go short Genco. Oh, forgot about those. Oh my god, what a memory lane, eh? Uh, Champions were never big. They were big in my parents' time, apparently, and then I think they had a short revival, but I never cared about them. And then, oh, it's Champions. And I know they're really popular in the Philippines. People dress head to toe in Champion or Puma or Adidas. And I'm like, eh, but I don't know. They're popular over there. Adidas is really, to me, Adidas will always be a tracksuit and it'll be Eastern European. Nobody can take that from the Slavs. They own Adidas. It's theirs. They got it. The head to toe tracksuit. Man. Classic 90s. Well, if you remember bum jeans were great, where people had like juicy on their ass. That was great. When like block letters were great. Yeah. Oh man. Now I kind of want to go over to Walmart and just have a memory lane walk. Yeah. Oh man. Well, that got us through the end of the day. We have 5 minutes to close, and we didn't get much of a surge at 15:30. We kind of turned around at 15:40, but yeah, the swan song of a dying day. Oh, I still have my pogs. I had the rare poison pogs. Everyone wanted them. They were the best. I still like them. The designs are really cool. I think if I ever get filthy rich, I'm bringing pogs back. Kids don't know what they're missing. That shit was good. I love pogs. Like it's like trading cards, but you could actually play with them. It's great. Well, I mean, the pogs I had, right, were the rarest in my school. I got the current. Hey, I got the 8 ball too. That 8 ball was popular, but I didn't care for it. So I traded all of them for I remember somebody really wanted my 8 ball actually. I remember that. I didn't know it was a thing. But I traded them for the poison ones because they were all awesome. They were like skulls. My favorite one is like a foil, and it's a coiled up snake with a skull in the middle of it that's smiling. I'm like, fucking yeah, they're the best. The only problem with pogs is that they're so easily destroyed. The tiniest amount of water and they separate. Yeah, yep. You got to get the metallic slammer or the plastic. oversized one or the Hydra foil ultra shimmer one. I always found the plastic ones would chip so quick because you're throwing them on the concrete. The metal ones were bomb. If you got the heavy one, yeah, Pogs. Pogs were like little circular milk caps, and they put designs on them. Basically, somebody that was like 80 years old said, "Hey, I used to play with milk caps when I was a kid, and we used to trade them." And then they brought it back, and here I am as an old timer at 32, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna bring back what he brought back. Yep. Yeah, it's just cardboard with a picture, just like Pokemon cards. Not even cardboards. Yeah. Wait, you guys have friends? You getting paid? You going for 10.30 market close? I'm thinking you're gonna 10.20 or less market close. Look at that red. Whoa. Well, at least we had a nice trip down memory lane. That really, I don't know why nostalgia triggers a familiar and nice part of the brain. It's really weird. It's like you're working that part of your memory and your brain likes it. Don't know why. Eh, those were the days. Why can't we have cool games like Pogs? I mean, they seem stupid, but I'd like to collect milk caps again. But, you know, where's my cool milk caps? 100K at the buzzer. You haven't hit the buzzer yet. We got 40 seconds. Yeah, backstop. Flashbacks. Yeah, some people like, you're reliving your youth and it's rosy colored, so it's only happy thoughts, right? Um, but I mean, I can remember all the terrible times too, right? But it's a weird part of your brain. It doesn't get exercised much, right? Till you get hit by something you like from the past. Yeah, it's weird. But maybe it's just the intensity. So you get hit, and the intensity of how much you like it all comes back at once. Woohoo! Someone's trying to show off and close. Didn't get to go anywhere. All right, that's game, set, and match. We close the day at 10:20 approximately, or negative 6%. I'm gonna just do a quick catch up. Oh, let's see here. Let's take a look in a book. So, yeah, so we're on track for the U shape basically. So there's your U. This never happened. Oh my God. This never happened. This one happened. We rolled, but not too bad. We still managed to stay above this. So that's perfect. We're right on it. We're right on this line right here, but we're still above it. So that's good. So hopefully tomorrow starts off with a pop and then gets us to 12, which would be, you know, amazing. It's only $2. It's really not that far in the grand scheme of things. We can move more than $2 in a morning. So hopefully we get that. If we don't, then we're looking at this or this tomorrow. Um, so, or better yet, let's just use a proper tool for that. Where's the fib? No, that's not it. Fib fan, Gantt fan. Ah, here it is, Gantt square. Oh, wrong way.
Here we go. Okie dokie. So here we go, and there we go. So basically, our odds of us going vertical is nearly nil, but us landing on one of these angles is most likely. That's your general. You'll see that it's like the line that everything kind of wants to go on for the most part. Now, in this case, I wonder if I can just take this. Let me just line these lines up. Okay, there we go. I'm going to steal that guy. Okay. So, this is this line, right? Which we already know it wants to do. No, no, that's a little off. Okay, let's do it right. Okay, there we go. So there. So we already know it wants to do this middle line, so this would be the more aggressive line. Okay, so where's 14? So this is 14. Yeah. So if I zoom in, yeah, where's end of day tomorrow? So tomorrow end of day is here. Yeah. Right here. Here. So it doesn't look like we could get probably too far. If we took off and we just did nothing but gas, we'd probably get to 1189, which would be this. Because this is 2 days here. 1, 2. Yeah, it took us 2 days to get down. If we go extra vertical, sky's the limit, but most likely we're going to get to 1096 tomorrow or 1098. So, yeah, so we're still on track. I don't think everything has gone poorly. So actually, if I drag this out, there, we're trending along this line here. There we go. We're trending along this line here. So we're a little lower than where we should be, which is up here. So perhaps we'll have a day where we just kind of rejoin, but I think that's asking a little too much. So, yeah. And this might turn into a U shape, but that brings us into earnings next month if that's the case. So, we'll see. Tomorrow's another day, unfortunately. Another kind of dud of a day, but can't have all good days. All right. I guess the chat will continue afterwards if you guys want to reminisce. Um, if not, the Discord is where you can go. And the link is in the bottom of the channel here. And I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Yay!